Okay, looks fairly stable. So I'm going to go ahead and welcome everyone. This is the meeting of the CUSD Board of Education for September 24th of 2020. And I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. And if we could please start with our board agenda approval. If I could get a motion and a second, please.
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Jerry.
I second.
Great, thank you, Phyllis. And so all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you all. So I do just want to welcome everybody in the audience tonight. We know we have many people joining us for this board meeting tonight for a couple of very important issues the district is underway with. And we are going to start with our agenda as planned on item 3.1, which is communication from our employee organizations. And we have Kai Brown, president of our CEA Teachers Union, with us here tonight. Welcome, Kai.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you, school board. Thank you, executive cabinet, for allowing me to speak. At our last school board meeting, we had a few community members who advocate for us to reopen schools and bring students back. And while there isn't a teacher out there that I've spoken to who doesn't miss their students and in-person teaching, most are in agreement that to go back to school, we must be able to ensure safety. It is true that Santa Clara County has made progress in slowing the transmission of COVID-19. However, the new case counts continue to exceed the levels seen in March when we first closed down our campuses. Across the country, we have seen college campuses where COVID has surged and students were quarantined or sent home. As we move into fall, we're entering flu season. And if we reopen schools, we may experience another surge in cases, a so-called October surprise. This would leave us having to shut down schools again, greatly disrupting learning and causing even more anxiety for the children we serve. Our state and community have been tried. There are protests and riots about racial injustice, fire and smoke like we've never seen before, and the whole political landscape has become ugly and divisive. Plus, we've been fighting this pandemic for the last 6 months. We owe it to ourselves, our community, but mostly to our students to provide the stability they need during this tumultuous times. I appreciate your support in maintaining a stable learning environment we have all worked so hard to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Kai. And I'm just going to scan real quick and make sure that I don't see Purnima or Britt wanting to speak tonight, and I don't. So that will conclude item 3.1, and thank you for joining us tonight, CEA. All right, moving us on to item 4.1. This is our public comment item for items that are not on the agenda. And I do want to review with everybody what happens during public comment. You do need to submit the same way that we used to have the blue comment cards when we were live in the boardroom. We now have a form that posts to our website along with the meeting link. So you do need to head over there and fill out that form if you would like to make public comment tonight. And I don't know if we're able, but if we are able to put it in the chat, I will ask staff to do that. We are going to start using what many of the local boards and city councils have started using, which is a timer tonight. So we do now have, we had been using a buzzer, but it was sometimes hard to hear depending on whether or not the microphone was able to pick it up. So we are switching over to a digital timer that will appear hopefully on the screen and allow you to see how much time you have left during your public comment. And then it will go ahead and turn off the microphone when the allotted time has passed, so that we don't have to interrupt anybody, because that's always so hard to do. You know, thank you for showing it. That's what it's going to look like, and you'll be able to see that while you're doing your public comment. We'll be able to adjust the time based on how many comments we have in any given section. And that will be our system going forward, just to ensure that we're making it equitable for everyone. So with that, I need to check in with staff. Do we have any items tonight for public comment for items not on the agenda?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you, Pam. So then moving us on to item 5.1, that is our public hearing tonight on the proposed conveyance of a public utility easement to Pacific Gas and Electric Company. This item was we received an update on this item at a prior board meeting, so this is the public hearing tonight. So I need to go ahead and first open the public hearing. So I have 6:07 for opening the public hearing. And then I will ask staff if we have any items on comments that have come in for the public hearing.
We do not.
Okay, thank you again, Pam. So no comments on the public hearing. So I will go ahead and close the public hearing at 6:08 p.m. And so then next we move on to item 6, which is our consent items for this evening. And we just have a single item on consent tonight, 6.1. So if I can get one of my board members to please move consent.
I move to approve 6.1.
Thanks, Sylvia. And a second, please.
I'll second it.
Great. Thank you, Satish. So all in favor of 6.1, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, so moving us on to item 7.1 under discussion. This is a discussion item, and so the board will hear the update along with the public and then have a chance for clarifying questions and a discussion. So with that, if I can ask staff to give us the update on reopening of schools.
Great, thank you. So I'll go ahead and get us started, and then I'm going to turn it over to Allison to walk through some further information. And it really is just our opportunity to share with the board and our continued pathway to reopen schools. As we've stated before, as the health conditions continue to improve or we continue to monitor them. We know that Santa Clara County is now in the red tier, and this has lessened restrictions on what is allowed. CSUD has committed to following the 4 phases, which we talked about starting back in June and continue to review at each board meeting. And what that means for us is we do remain in distance learning until the end of our first academic semester, which is in January. Under the 4 phases, we did introduce the phase 2 and have continued to modify and adjust phase 2 as health conditions change and as the guidelines from the state change for us. And we're beginning that exploration of providing very limited for in-person or individuals and target groups to possibly begin returning into campus. So I'm going to ask Allison to walk us through and share with all where we are with the 4 phases and what our next steps are. Allison?
Yes, thank you. So as Stacy mentioned, we'll do a quick review of the elements at the top of the agenda here, and then we'll start digging into some of our initial thinking around the possibilities for phase 2, so we can keep going with the slides. So this is the same 4-phase framework that we've been sharing with you, with the addition of the arrow on the bottom, because we realized that we had always been thinking of phase 2 as part of a segment, a kind of phase 1 and phase 2 together, happening, if possible, prior to moving into further phases after January. We expected that once we got started with distance learning, that there would be some small groups of students that might need something more. And so we're starting to hear that from staff and starting to see some loosening up of the guidelines for school districts to move forward with these kinds of ideas. And so we are in the initial thinking, talking, planning stages of what this might look like for our students here in Cupertino School District. And I wanted to share some of that thinking with you today. So we can go to the next slide. As Stacy mentioned, we're now in this red tier, and this new process in the state is taking the place of the prior monitoring list. So now we're using this purple, red, orange system, and we are in this red tier at this time. And we'll be watching for updates to see if that changes as we go along. But as of today, we continue to still be in this red tier. And this system is new, so we're still, it's still continuing to be updated, but in terms of what this means for us now, what we know is after we are in the red tier for 14 days, then we may choose to offer some in-person instruction. We're still required to follow the state guidance and safety requirements that we've been sharing with you all along. And the emphasis in our planning has been on that small cohorts, keeping to those safety guidelines, which are still calling out the safety practices around keeping the kids in those cohorts. We also know that we're moving to this locally determined instructional model with this tiered system. So once we're in this red tier and we move through those 14 days, then we have the ability to put our instructional model in place without getting approval, as long as we're following all of the guidance and safety requirements. We do expect that information will continue to change around what these tiers mean. And as we've seen all along, the guidance and specifics, things change day to day. So we keep a close eye on that, and we will continue to do so and keep you updated. Also recently, on the next slide, the CDC released some new guidance, and we're always checking all of our sources to stay as up to date as we possibly can. This one, it sort of complements the local information, I think. What I think is the biggest takeaway of this new CDC chart is they're telling us that looking at the data is one piece, and reminding us that we can reduce the risk of transmission by layering in the PPE and safety precautions that are called out in the guidelines. So as you read through that, when you get a chance, you'll see that message. And that's why it's so important that we continue to stay up to date and focused on all of those safety guidelines and continue to stock the PPE as we have been doing and keeping our protocols up to date. Okay, next slide, please. Another thing that we have shifted to is using this updated checklist. You might remember that we had this red, yellow, green system early on. We created our own checklist, pulling from all the different sources as this was beginning. And recently the state released this nice, easy to read checklist that kind of pulls from all the sources and puts it in one clear spot. And we think it's easier for community and staff to reference. So we're taking the information from our prior checklists and kind of making sure that we're moving it into this new version. And we're in the phase now where we think green and red can work for us on this. So green meaning we're either set and ready to go, or we don't see any barriers to getting there for phase 2 with small groups. And red being potential barriers for implementation. Another thing that we have reflected on is that the level of implementation impacts how you want to color code something. So when we're looking at this now, we're thinking about for phase 2, not full opening, but small cohorts, can we accomplish these tasks? And in that mode, we're seeing, lots and lots of green showing up. We're feeling confident that many of these steps that we were working on the last time we talked about this, we now have things in place if we're talking about small groups. Some of them may become barriers as we're talking about larger groups of kids. So that's something that we'll continue to share with you. We are creating the spreadsheet that was posted on the website from taking the prior one and updating it to match this one. So it's not quite done yet, but we're getting close, and it's been a critical part of our preparation discussions. Okay, next slide. So thinking about phase 2, as I mentioned in the beginning, we anticipated that some small cohorts of kids might need something more, and we knew that we would need to develop our own shared understanding of what we mean by higher needs kids who would benefit from time on campus. So that's really what we're talking about in this stage of things. We know we're committed to distance learning for students until January, but we're asking ourselves, now that we see how things are working, who are our kids who may need some time on campus, and what would we use that time for? So those conversations are in process, and I wanted to share with you on the next slide a little bit about how we're thinking about that. One of the pieces that we feel we would want to get started again as soon as we possibly could is resuming the special education assessments. We had this in place in the summer. We had all our safety protocols in place. Things were working well. And then with the new guidelines, we had to put a pause on that. We now would be able to restart that again as long as we could continue to implement those protocols and make sure that we had staff who were ready to come and do that. So we're in the process of working on this, and we feel that this would be the first step in phase 2, is to reinstitute and resume the assessments that were happening in the summer. We do have kids who've been waiting for their assessments for some time, so it's important that we can get started on that as soon as we're able to do so safely. Okay, and then the next phase 2, phase 2B, is thinking again about what do we mean by higher needs students in this moment in time? Where would we start? And how could we work together to develop a plan for supporting students who meet that set of criteria? And we know that although we want to set guidelines for this as a district so that we're all kind of moving together and supporting each other, we also know that this kind of work takes a lot of planning and collaboration. We need a lot of input from our site-based teams, our school principals, teachers, or union partners. So it's in process, and we're still in that planning and talking phase. Okay, next slide. So we have been thinking about some of the ways we're seeing this set up in some of the state documents and some of our local districts, thinking about things that have worked for us in the past, either here or even in other places, bringing all of our expertise to the table to think about who are those kids who we see needing more, and how might we kind of set up a lens for us to make sure that we're not missing any of those kids. We also have some new indicators this year that we think will be helpful. So the first thing that we're considering is identifying some priority groups of students. Some of these groups are showing up in the state recommendation documents, and I would say all of them have been showing up in our stakeholder conversations as we've been gathering information all the way from last spring until now about the kids that we want to keep our eye on. So that includes our kids with IEPs, our English learners, kids who are our foster youth or experiencing homelessness. We've had a lot of conversations about our youngest learners, PK and 1, and keeping a close eye on their developmental needs as we're in this unusual time. And then we have kind of a general other tier 3 students. In talking with our principals, they were sharing that, you know, sometimes there are kids who might not fit into one of these groups, but have been receiving what we call tier 3, our highest tier of support at the school for another area. And so we want to be sure to not make it too tight where we might miss a student. The second area that we want to look at is students who are demonstrating a need for significant support in the area of academics. So we have our new iReady tool this year, and that includes a tiered system like what we talk about with MTSS, and there's something called the red tier. That tier means that students are demonstrating skills 2 years or more below what the recommended benchmark is. We also have had for a long time what we call our EAT assessments, early assessment tools for our elementary students. These are literacy assessments, things like reading and taking a running record, phonemic awareness, rhyming, letter and sound ID, those kinds of things. And some students in this category haven't completed their assessments or having trouble capturing what they know because of what we'll talk about next, the engagement piece. So really using the metrics that we have to identify kids who might have significant needs. We've also been talking about our students with IEPs, and All of our teachers have been working so hard across all areas, and our special education staff has been in the process of doing goal updates to check in on how are the kids doing on their IEP goals. And so we'll want to take a close look at kids who are really performing significantly below where we thought they would be in terms of expected progress, or maybe it's hard to measure what they can do because the format's been tough. So the other bucket that we're looking at is engagement. You know, how often are the kids participating and engaging and attending? We have something that's a state requirement this year called the weekly engagement record that teachers are keeping around, are the kids showing up at the live meets? Are they completing the work? It's part of our attendance system this year. And so the state has asked us to keep an eye out for kids who are engaging below that 60% threshold. So that also shows up in our LCAP plan. We also know that that's sometimes not the only measure we want to look at. Sometimes we need to give our site teams the ability to just talk about how it's going and call out kids who are not regularly engaging in distance learning, or maybe the team just agrees that they're just having a hard time benefiting from this model. So our thinking is that maybe we would look at students who fell across all three areas as a starting place, and then potentially set up on-campus support centers, maybe like a Wednesday learning lab idea, a place where they could come and get support from adults as part of what we called re-engagement strategies. So this is, you know, how do we help the kids feel connected to their learning, know that adults can support them, get the help that they need to stay motivated in distance learning for the remainder of the week. We're talking about, you know, would it make sense to have this at each individual school, or would it make more sense to centralize this kind of idea so we could utilize staff in centralized locations and kind of maximize our resources in that way? So these are the things that we're talking about, and definitely all of this has been on our mind since we started with distance learning. I think we've talked in other meetings about things like our English learners, for example, and how, you know, we have our Imagine Learning program this year as a new assessment tool, and our teachers are supporting the kids with a minimum in elementary school, minimum of 3 live sessions per week, just for ELD practice in addition to their other classroom lessons. And you know, we have all these new resources as listed in the LCAP, but still there's a lot of conversations around just that fact that our English learners need a chance to, you know, practice talking and being together, and sometimes need a little extra support. So I think none of this is really new, but it's kind of contained in a way that we think might help us move forward in thinking about what will work in phase 2 as an initial next step. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So where are we with next steps? As I mentioned, we're just kind of trying out this model and going through our conversations and refining it and hearing from our site teams about what they think will work. So we're in this initial stage. We also, with these new tools, our data systems are not ready to easily pull all of that student information quite yet. We're working really hard on that, and we know we'll be able to do it. But because we have new tools in there, like iReady and the weekly engagement record, we have to get our systems ready to easily pull that for staff. And so, you know, we're definitely still in this planning stage. We also know that we're getting ready to start our next set of negotiations with our bargaining teams. That's coming up soon in our next phase of MOUs. And we'll also need to then identify staff that could help us move this forward. And we have some ideas about that, but we're in the initial stages. And then just getting all the logistics ready, making sure that we are checking off all those things on our green checklist and everything's in order. We have everything we need to go, and then having a process to establish a start date and get ready to invite students. We also know that as we go along, our status on the tiers may continue to change. So we anticipate continuing to monitor that and continuing to look at the feasibility of what a 2C or 2D might look like beyond this. So that's where we are. We wanted to share with you our thinking and just acknowledge that we are really in the beginning stages, but I think one of the things that we're hearing is that definitely all sites are expressing a need for more support for some students. And so it feels good to be working together on thinking about how we could organize that to better serve our kids.
Thanks, Allison. And just kind of that reminder as we've gone through the presentation, Allison had referenced the red and the green checklist and just the importance of that because, you know, we were able to put in those individual assessments during the summer and adhered and, you know, aligned with the checklist. And so as we went through and continued to look at the reds and the greens, as we shift and are looking at other possible for students, we'll need to go back and continue to refine that. You know, we've been ordering our PPE, we've been putting our cleaning procedures in place. As we bring more students or staff back onto the campus, we continue to adjust those routines as well. So that's like a daily monitoring for us as well. With that, I think we're open for any questions.
All right, so thank you both for that update. A lot of great information in there. So board members, let's do a round of clarifying questions if anybody has them. Anybody want to kick us off? I'm not seeing any hands, so I'll go first.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
I don't have any questions. I just have a comment when you get to comments.
Okay, I'll come back
No,
to you both. Go ahead.
I'll just start anyway since nobody's starting. So first of
Thank
all,
you.
I think this is a great start. And I think it's very important for us to get that, you know, the breaking of the phase one. I think we all were waiting for that, and that's excellent. I think this is the right step. We are going towards right. And phase two, definitely we all are, I'm sure like many people must be excited to have a phase two. And how gradually or how, you know, how we can move towards right, that's what it shows. And I like definitely this, the selection criteria, how we are done, especially for the special ed first and the needy thing. And a few questions around this is, one is a timeline. Definitely, I know it is probably premature to ask that, but I guess that you must be having already a plan for at least 2A, definitely it's more an assessment, but 2B is more like bringing in people, right? So, and is there a rough timeline around that, what you're looking?
Yeah.
Or is it early to tell that?
Yes and no. Again, with that first phase of 2A, we think we can start that fairly quickly within the next weeks because we have been able to do that in the past, and we'll just re-implement all of those safety precautions. We know that we have some students that we want to get in and do the assessments. And so we will start with that and then gradually move into that 2B. So, you know, I always say we go slow to bring everyone back. And so we'll see how that 2A goes, and then that will determine how fast we can move into the 2B as well.
Okay, and once you get into 2B, we have TK, K, and 1 we are mentioned here, right? In the priority groups. Is it like the entire group, or again, it's also a subset of those grades? In the priority groups, we have the fifth item is TK/K/1. Is it like is it a complete entire group, or it's a subset of that group?
We would still
Again,
be operating under those small cohorts and breaking up into the smaller groups. And the smaller groups would really be depending on how many students we identify based on those criteria and metrics that we have. But it would be small groups. It would not be the entire class at that point in a 2B model.
Okay.
Yes, I could add that we're talking about probably very small numbers in those primary grades. All of the assessment data is not in yet, but our initial iReady math data for first grade, for example, we only have 15 students in first grade at this time in that red tier in the district. So again, not all the assessment results are in for English language arts, but just to give some context of the numbers of kids that we might be talking about. So we would be looking at kids who fell into all 3 columns. So they're a first grader, for example, who also scored low on their assessment and also was showing a need for more support for engagement.
Okay, the last one and the last question here is like, this is from K to middle school, right? It's not just elementary, it's across.
Yes, across. Mhm.
Okay, I can wait for the next round.
Thanks, Satish.
Thanks, Lori. Yeah, yeah.
Anybody else? Jerry, go for it.
All right, thank you. I have 4 questions, but feel free to cut me off if we want to go on to the next person. First of all, thank you, Allison. It's really great to see the progression here and the work that's gone into phase 2. So thank you for that presentation. My first question is, one of the issues we've been talking about over the last couple of months is this definition of what is safe. And it seems like from your presentation today, I just want to clarify my understanding is that what is safe, what we're defining to be safe is a subset of that full checklist, the red and green. Is that essentially once we check off the list, our subset of that list, then that is safe, or is safe still up in the air? I'd like to maybe get an update on where we are on that.
So when we look at the checklist, again, where we are right now as we're looking at individual students coming on and we're able to check off on those checklists, we're determining that that's a safe environment to bring those students back. So as we look at the possibility of moving into 2B and smaller cohorts, we may need to go back to that checklist and see, does that adjust or shift us to any of those areas to red that we say, wait a minute, we do need to add or change something in. So right now our determination is safe based on the initial of a 2A. We believe we could bring 2A in. It meets all the criteria under our checklist. We've moved everything into those green areas. We're safe to go ahead.
Got it. All right, thank you. So that's really great. So it sounds like, just to confirm my understanding is that at least for phase 2A, we believe it to be safe. But as we engage into 2A, we may learn some things and we might go back and revise as needed. That makes a lot of sense to me. My second question then is on this chart here. I'm wondering about our how fast can we so let's say we finish the negotiations with the bargaining teams tomorrow, Friday, and we all come to an agreement. How fast can we actually then implement the next phase? I'm trying to understand, is it in a matter of days? Is it a matter of weeks? Could you share some insights on that, on our ability to execute once we reach agreement with the bargaining teams?
So I'm not sure, Stacy, if you wanted to answer that, but I'll just keep my response brief. That I think we'll be doing these things in parallel. You know, we can be getting ready and getting organized and having the conversations and talking about what will work with the plan while we are going through that negotiations process. I think it can be kind of happening along the same timeline. It will take some time because we're talking about program development here too, right? So it's not just getting through all of the health requirements, but making sure that we spend time thinking about what we will do once we get through the hand washing and the symptom screening and all that, how to make it really worthwhile for them to be on campus. And so, you know, we are using time in our principals meeting for this. We will be having other engagement points on that as well. And so we'll keep you updated on how that's going. I mean, all of us, there's an urgency in the sense of, from the kid point of view, every conversation I have with everybody in CUSD, when we talk about kids that feel like we're in this kind of emergency situation, everybody is motivated to talk about it and think about what's possible. So I feel like we're going to keep moving along, but there are things that need to happen along
Right, sure.
launch.
Okay, then that makes sense. I'll just do one more here, Lori, which is there was a chart that talked about the eligibility for folks that can come into 2B. And so I'm thinking about, I think one of the groups that's not here then would be gen ed kids that are second grade and above. And so I'm wondering, what's our current thought on our intervention strategy for those children that are second grade and above and perhaps may be in one of the middle or the right pillar? So we're not going to be bringing them back. So what are things we can do to help them?
And Jeff, could you flip back to that chart? That might be easy to, so as we're talking about it, great.
Yeah, so Some of those kids will be captured in the other priority group areas. So I was mentioning that, we don't have all the data in, but we've been eagerly looking at the data that we do have.
Mhm.
So when we think about all the kids in all the grade levels that are in iReady, just looking at math, the red zone of math, for example, we have almost 80% of those kids are also in the category of English learners or students with disabilities. So
Okay.
there's going to be a lot of overlap, and over 100 of them are students with disabilities who are also English learners. So I don't think we're necessarily excluding, we're not excluding kids in those grades. We're just saying there has to be a factor in that column.
Sure.
And we have that kind of flexibility of other tier 3 students. So we will be keeping a close eye on how this works. And that's part of our testing process before we launch. We don't want to set up a system that excludes kids who principals and teachers know need this kind of support, right? So we're sort of playing around with it and seeing, is it clear enough, but also flexible enough so that we're not missing a student who needs this?
That makes sense. And Lori, if I could just beg your indulgence for one
Oh,
more, that was
please
a
go
good
ahead.
answer.
Finish on this line.
Thank you. It's a follow-up then. And so you talked about the assessments from iReady and from, are you thinking that we would allow parents to nominate their students for this, or do you think it would be primarily the sort of the nomination into the program? I don't know what the right term is. Would that primarily be from staff?
Well, my hope is that we would be watching our data and knowing who our kids are who need this. I believe that is happening even just anecdotally right now because we're hearing it from teachers.
Mhm.
They know who their kids are who need this kind of support. So certainly parent conversations would be welcome. The way we're imagining it, and again, this could shift because we're in this beginning stage, but
Right.
we have a whole set of interventions that sites can apply, right? They have a lot of different strategies. So if we thought about this as one strategy and allowed those site teams to talk about it and work with parents and say, we're thinking this might be a fit. What do you think? Would this work for your child, for your family, and kind of go through it like that? And we'd have to keep a close eye on our numbers so we weren't exceeding our capacity, but we're imagining it more like a conversation and one of a set of strategies that site teams could apply in cases where they thought it would be a benefit.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Allison. And thank you, Lori. And finish with my questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so before I keep going through board members for clarifying questions, I do just want to address that we have, I think 15 comments that have come in for this item. So I'm going to go ahead and say, so it is 6:40 right now. I'm going to leave it open for maybe 3 more minutes. If you are wanting to make a public comment on this item, please get your comment in the next 3 minutes by 6:43. And then after that time, we'll just ask staff to forward any comments that come in on this item. You're welcome to still submit them, but then we will have staff forward them onto the board so that we can read them all after the meeting in detail. So I'm going to go back to board members to finish clarifying questions or till everybody's got their questions answered before we actually move to public comment. So Sylvia, do you have clarifying questions on this item?
I do. I have like 3 of them. So Allison, thanks for the presentation. It's very clear that the amount of work and thought that's gone into how to bring groups of students back safely. So I appreciate the work that went into that. I had a couple questions about the special ed students and the assessments that you had mentioned. So I know that the state had put down that we needed to do all new assessments for everybody within like the first 3 weeks of school or something like that, if I remember correctly. So help me understand right now, are we still in the mid process of that, or are these additional assessments on top of that?
So things were put on pause when we went into shelter in place last spring. And now we know that all of the kind of permission to hold has been lifted. And so we need to kind of catch up on things and make sure that we're meeting current timelines as well as things that have been kind of building up at the site level. So it's both of those things.
Okay, so will the ability to bring those populations back in those small groups help hurry that process up a bit? Like,
Our assessment teams are different teams than the teams that most likely would be working with the kids when they came to campus. So, you know, like our school psychologists, for example, there are assessors primarily, and they were doing that assessment over the summer as well. So I don't think it's going to help us, but it's a separate process, making sure that we're completing the assessments and meeting our legal requirements for getting those done in a timely manner.
I see. So I think I am mixing up intervention with assessments. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Um, okay, then the other question was with the Wednesday learning labs, just a question about logistically, how would that work with staff? Because I know that Wednesday we're trying to, you know, create that professional development space for them so that they can continue to be supported and get the support they need to continue teaching. So how will we work with that if we're also having them do some of these things?
Yeah, at this stage of things, we're not thinking that those teachers would be the classroom teachers because of exactly that reason. So we're trying to think creatively about other options, what other support staff is potentially available or interested in coming in. We're thinking that starting out with staff that would want to volunteer to come in and help with this kind of thing could be a starting place. We also have this trained group of substitutes. We have 20 substitutes have been trained recently by the district and are, you know, highly valued. And so perhaps some of them might be interested. So ideas like that are the kinds of things that we've been exploring, although no firm plans have been set yet.
Okay, okay. And then you had given a quick number about the 15 first graders that are falling in the red tier, which is 2 years below the benchmark. Just to get a sense broadly, how big is that number for the entire district right now? Or I guess based on the numbers you have from iReady and the data that you're still collecting, what does that number actually look like?
The total number of students in the red zone?
Yeah.
Yeah, right now 724 kids across grades 1 through 8.
Okay.
It's approximately 2 to 3% on the low end in any given grade level to 5 to 6% in some grade levels. What we see is a pretty typical pattern: fewer kids in the lower grades and more kids in the upper grades in middle school. So some kids also haven't completed the assessment. So that's why that third column is really important. You know, is it that they haven't completed the assessment and they're not showing up to class? You know, kind of what's that full picture? And then of course, we never want to use just one assessment measure. We would want to have teachers be able to weigh in and say, is this what we see in class too, or is it just kind of a one-off measure? So all that site dialogue is really important.
Okay. So is that then if we're bringing them, eventually bringing them all in, it's not, because I know the county or the state is saying it's bringing in small groups for instruction, but it sounds like what we're doing is more interventions, right?
Targeted support, yeah, is what we've been using, and that's been showing up in some of that state guidance as well. And I just want to clarify, we're not saying it's 724 students, because that's just the middle column looking at math, but then it would be some lower number than that, because we would say of those 724 students across all grades, how many of them fall into a priority group, and how many of them also have, you know, low engagement. So looking for kids that check that box across all three, it's going to be lower than that.
I see. So I guess then the follow-up question to that would be, it makes sense that if they're checking all three boxes that they would be the priority, but then at some point we would want to make sure we still get all of those 724 if they're having if they're having trouble, right?
Yeah,
So,
keeping in mind this is just one little tiny sliver of a
Right.
strategy compared to all the many things that teachers and schools do,
Yeah.
you know, all along. Because really, this is one small step that we can take. We cannot run a full intervention program with one day on campus, even if it was hours. You know, that wouldn't, it's not enough, you know, so this can't be the only thing that we do. And our sites know that too. It has to be done in combination with all the other wonderful things that are happening at our sites to support kids and families.
Okay, that makes sense. And thank you for clarifying that. Is that basically the MTSS? So the bringing in on Wednesdays would be just one piece of the MTSS program to help support the students?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Lori, that's it for me.
Thank you, Sylvia. Okay, so I think that leaves me because Phyllis said she just had comments, not so much questions. So Allison, can you help me? I don't know that I've come across a recent update on where we're at right now with, I know that when a request for an assessment or a referral for an assessment happens, there was a time clock that started with that. I know that was hit on pause, and then I'm not sure I know what happened with that once we moved into the tiers. So is that sort of 60-day clock back in effect, or what happens with that?
Yes. So we were notified yesterday that the timelines are back in play. So that 15-day timeline and the records request timeline, all of those timelines are back in play.
Okay.
I haven't had a chance to notify staff yet about that, but we will. Staff, I'm sorry.
Yes, we just did.
Yes.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, no, I actually hadn't seen that anywhere. So I'm sorry if I laid a minefield there. That was not my intent at all. Apologies. So yeah, I know and this is what makes it so challenging, right? We've said over and over again, the targets change on us and the ground shifts underneath us daily sometimes. So
with that, if I could just add that we are trying to get a sense of which staff, you know, would be interested in coming to campus for those in-person assessments. And so we're still feeling hopeful that we can accomplish these tasks with volunteer staff at this point. So I just want to put that out there.
Okay. Which actually was going to, I'll address that later when we get to that part. So then on the slide that's got the 3 columns, sort of our, the one before this, Jeff, if you don't mind rolling up, assuming it's Jeff driving tonight. Thank you for whoever's doing our tech support tonight. Okay, so if I can, am I conceptualizing this right, that the way you're envisioning this is sort of a Venn diagram where it's the overlap of all 3 columns that really is the primary indicator. And I guess where my mind goes with that is that means that there does have to be an at-risk academic factor for any student that we would consider in this tier. And I'm wondering, or in this phase 2, what are we on here? This is 2B, right? So if, I guess I'm having this thought in my head that I don't think it would be a particularly common thing, but that sometimes we might have a kiddo that's actually somehow meeting a benchmark, but is really struggling. And that I know our CST and our SST process, you know, that we put so much time and effort into how we identify kiddos that are at risk and are struggling and are needing help. And what if we have a situation where, like, the SST is saying, we think this child needs this, but we've put in this middle column that says if academics aren't flagged, then are we precluded from helping there? Or do we have something that's letting us say we're going to do what our staff and our experts and our kids are telling us that they need?
I think that's an excellent point. We could look at the second column there and see if we might want to broaden it. I think you're speaking of potentially students with social emotional areas of need. Those could be captured for some kids in their goals. And so we don't want to have a limiting title potentially.
Yeah, and I think what's got me on this, I'll be candid, Santa Clara County School Boards Association, the presenter this week was CHAC, And you know, that it is not entirely outside of the realm of possibility within a district as big as we are, that we are going to have a couple kiddos who are going to go through a crisis where maybe somehow they are holding it together academically, or they haven't hit that 2-week time frame of not attending regularly or something, but it comes onto our radar that we could do something more right away. And I guess I just don't want that to be a limiting factor, the academic piece. So I guess that would be my question there. And then I think the rest that I would reflect on would just be comments. So does anybody else have any other clarifying questions before we maybe go to talk about public comment? Satish?
Yeah, I missed it last time to ask. Like, I think with all these discussions, right? Like, is it that something like is it restricting around a number or a combination of it? What I mean is, like, let's say you, just for hypothetically, let's say 2,000 kids you find out from all these things, right? So we would cater all those 2,000 kids, or something like 1,000 or 800, something you have a number which you are working towards. So which one takes the higher when you make the decision? Is it like based on some capacity, what we are going to work on in the 2B, what we are expecting a percentage of students only would come? Or let's say our need is really more than that percentage. I know it probably, I don't know whether you thought about this, but it would be great if you can answer that. Or not, I'll wait for the next meeting. But
So I think you're saying, are we going to take every kid who falls into the bucket? Will there be a capacity limit?
Yep.
Yeah. I think we have to kind of get further into our program development to see what we're talking about. Even if we just looked at the kids in these buckets, every kid's needs will be different too, right? So we're going to have to target some areas of need and design a program around that, and then figure out which kids would best be served by it. So I would say typically when we run intervention programs, you know, over the years, we've probably all seen things in play, you know, like homework center or after school, you know, study session or those kinds of things. Typically there is some number that's a capacity, and then we work within that system. We never want to feel like we're limiting access, but sometimes we do have to prioritize. So that will be another part of our process development, is what will we do? You know, once we get this all in place and we know exactly who the kids are, what will the process be to make sure that things are fair and equitable and in the best interest of the kids? I don't think we know yet, you know, how many students exactly, how many locations are we talking about, how many staff? All of that is still in development.
Okay, sorry, I had to unmute myself. Anybody else with clarifying questions? All right, seeing none. So do we want to do a round of board comments, or do we want to go to public comment next? Do you guys have an opinion?
I think public comment would be good for us to.
Okay, so our final count for 7.1 is 18 public comments. I think my suggestion, just given if we're thinking a half an hour for this item, would be to limit to 2 minutes, but I want to poll my colleagues and see how you're feeling about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm okay with 2.
I like to.
Okay, so I'm seeing thumbs up and or agreement. So we'll go ahead and set the clock at 2 minutes. So staff, I think it's Pam tonight. Could you help me with our first 3 names?
Sure. So if you could raise your hands, Stephen Fisher, David Apodaca, and Ido Lustig.
Okay, so Stephen, if you could join us when you're unmuted, and then we've set the clock to 2 minutes. So you're going to help us test drive our new system here.
Always glad to help.
Thanks, Stephen. Welcome.
All right, members of the board and also executive committee, as I've said probably a dozen times now, thank you guys for helping us out and leading and guiding us through these tough times. I think right now a big test is in place. It's very difficult to make a decision. It's even more difficult to stick to it when things get tough. And I applaud the district and our executive committee for finding a way to stay true to the words that you've promised the staff before, while also trying to find ways to help the students who truly are in need. I would like to say just a quick statement of kind of a bit of surprise on myself and a bunch of my team. Because we were planning on distance learning through January, and we have been working extremely hard to make sure that we are delivering a quality education to our students. As you know, I work for the CAP department, and every kid I work with has an IEP. A majority of them, it's nice to see a number now on the qualification we need, and I am hoping that a majority of our students are making solid progress right now. No way to know that until we have a full data and all of that, but we are doing everything we can to serve our students. I'd like to remind us that not just us, but all staff are working as diligently as possible on this, with the assumption that we are doing distance learning until the end of the year. I would just like to remind us that that was the deal that we all agreed to, and that's what I've been planning for. I haven't been trying to figure out how I'd work on campus with students. We've been doing everything is entirely related to distance learning. And I'm grateful to learn that even with all the talk, all the things going on and whatnot, that's still the plan. Because I have to say, never once in my life have I been told that red means go. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephen. So we'll go ahead and reset the clock to 2 minutes. And David Apodaca, if you're able to be unmuted and join us.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
You can. Thank you. Welcome.
All right. Thank you for taking time. I'm also a CAP behavior interventionist at Dilworth, and I recently had the pleasure of leading a session that Sylvia was able to attend, and it went really well. One of our students that, again, is, like Stephen said, making progress. Many of them are. I just want to voice my concerns with returning to school. My number one concern that I have is maintaining the health of my wife and my 5-year-old son and my son that's going to be born in a couple months. I do not think that as of right now, anyone can honestly say that we can return to campus safely without putting families and children at risk. Some things that I think that the board needs to know and consider. One thing is when it comes to masks, a lot of our special ed children need to be able to see our face and our mouth during communication. It's key for them to be able to read our face and our emotions, which include our mouth. Will the board and will the district spend money on plastic acrylic see-through masks for us? In some sped settings, we have children that are spitting, hitting, and biting and running into the street. We need to put hands on using safety care techniques to prevent injury to them. How can we prevent those in a social distancing way? Another thing is, if you're asking children or parents with children to return, that's another kid in daycare that we need to have exposure to. Many of us and our spouses have made long-term plans regarding work, and based off of that decision that we're not returning till January. I understand that your job and your decisions are not easy, but employees like myself have to be worried that I may be forced at some point to make the decision to sacrifice my family's safety so that I can return to work. Financially, I would not have another option, and that truly terrifies me. Lastly, I do not think it's fair to ask any employee to return to in-person learning until the board is comfortable to have an in-person board meeting. You guys should lead by example. Thank you.
Thank you, David Apodaca. So now we have Ido Lustig.
Yes. Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak yet again this evening. I think this is the 4th time I'm addressing the board regarding schools reopening. This time around, I'd like to use some quotations and quote a couple of wise people. First and foremost, our superintendent, hoping it will provide a bit more context. So on August 14, we all received an email from Ms. McAfee stating that what COVID-19 has taught us is that we need to remain flexible. Yet, we are continually reminded that schools will not open until January 8th, as a decision has been made in early August. Even today, that was mentioned. If that is flexibility, I guess I don't know English well enough. Right now, Ms. McAfee continues on a quotation in one of the electronic papers. Given the distance learning parameters, it will be impossible to do social distancing within 1,000 kids in a school throughout an entire day. We just can go from students not attending school in person to 100% in full. I don't think that would be fair to anyone. I don't understand. Fair, since when school reopening is a matter of fairness? Didn't you all tell us again and again that it's a matter of putting students' needs and safeness in the first place. No one is asking to open schools for everyone. There are enough parents who would opt into full distance learning at any event. We do ask you to open schools to those who want, to those parents who wish to send their kids. We keep hearing empty words. You had so much time to prepare. You had so much time to get ready. And yet tonight, we're being told these are just baby steps. We don't have the plan yet. We don't have the timeline, the schedule. And board members are calling this a great start, an excellent beginning. What are we talking about? Please rethink your route. Thank you.
Thank you, Ido. Thanks for joining us. And Pam, can I get 3 more names, please?
Yes, Susan Labella, Noah Matliak, and Tamar Goldie. If you could raise your hands.
Okay, Susan Labella, if you're with us and unmuted, could you speak?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Dear CUSD board members, yesterday we heard the news that the board is considering moving to phase 2 much earlier than our agreed upon date of January 8th, 2021, per our current memorandum of understanding. We are concerned about the health, safety, and well-being of our students as well as ourselves, the learning continuity for our students and teachers, the equity of staff input surrounding issues of reopening scenarios. Currently, Santa Clara County is still a substantial risk for the spread of COVID-19. In addition, we are moving into the traditional cold and flu season, possibly triggering a second wave of infection. Although the current guidelines may allow schools to reopen, we have not seen the preparation necessary for the safe return of CUSD staff, students, such as PPE, cleaning protocols, increased custodial hours, testing and tracking protocols, or outdoor learning spaces. In addition, the emotional well-being of staff as well as our students is compromised with this proposed pivot to phase 2. Please consider that many staff and/or our family members are in immunocompromised or other high-risk situations. We teachers have been working to create community and routines during distance learning. We came into the beginning of the school year in good faith that we would be in distance learning through January 8th. With that understanding, we have put all our efforts into creating meaningful learning experiences for our students in this virtual environment. Students are currently engaged in learning. Feedback from families indicates that they have benefited from the predictability of consistent class schedules. Additionally, from a special education perspective, there is insufficient data to justify moving to a hybrid model at this time. There has been no discussion regarding the logistics of serving our SPED students in person while continuing to allow them the social and academic benefits for their general education classroom. Finally, we appreciate the fact that teacher input was considered and honored through the MOU that resulted in negotiations throughout spring and summer. When staff is included in these discussions, it builds trust and transparency. Moving forward, please continue to honor our staff voice. Thank you. We ask that you uphold your commitment to a return of January 8th. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, so next we have Noah Matliak, I believe.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome. Thank you, Noah.
Great, thank you. And I would like to thank the board members for their work and also to all the teachers that are doing a great job under the circumstances. Unfortunately, I believe that this is not enough for our children. Cupertino cumulative COVID cases are only 115 out of a population of 61,000 people, which is less than 0.2%, the lowest in the county. According to California COVID guidelines under red tier, schools can reopen for in-person instructions once the county has been in substantial tier for at least 2 weeks, which we are at this point. At no point there is mention of small cohorts. There are also guidelines for reopening the schools and to keep everyone safe as possibly can, and wearing masks, and etc. You can all see it on the sites on the internet available to see. I urge you to set a schedule to enter phase 3 as soon as possible. Phase 2 is not really a phase that accommodates a substantial portion of the student community. The higher needs conditions seem to be too demanding and address a small part of the student community. And there is not a real starting date for this phase. I'm very disappointed, really. We understand why people and staff and teachers are worried, but it's crucial for me to emphasize that I'm not taking the pandemic easily. I'm sure there are families that want to stay in distance learning, and that can be done easily. If you can't have all kids back to school, at least do that for kids ages 10 and below who are really in high need for in-person learning. Please, our children are paying a considerable price, among other things, having too much screen time, over 5 hours a day. We urge the superintendent to commit to a schedule to reopen the schools fully by January 8th, 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Noah. And then I think next we have Tamar Golding. Tamar, if you could raise your hand, please.
You should be able to speak.
Tamar, we believe you're unmuted, so if you can unmute yourself. Okay, Pam, why don't you give me 3 more names and we can circle back to Tamar.
Okay. Asaf Ari, Liat Zisman, Shenqi Zhang.
Okay, is Asaf Ari with us?
Yes, I am here.
Hi, welcome, Asaf.
Thank you. So I would like to address the comments made by Cowie Brown of the Teachers Union, as well as the concerns of Stephen, David, and Susan. I'd like to start off by saying that, we the parents really value the health of our teachers. And I would also like to add that we also value the health of our daycare providers, childcare providers, of the people working in the after-school programs, and all the other ununionized personnel, which we've resumed operation already and are working very hard under the strict safety guidelines of the county and the state, according to all the restrictions. I would like to add that the infection rate that was in March versus today, I don't think we should be looking at March data as reflective of what it is now, considering what we already know about the virus from all over the world and even from our own county. I'd also like to add that according to the guidelines you've shared in your presentation by the CDC, we are in green by their definition of school safety. We also meet all of the guidelines by the county and the state. So from personal safety perspective, at least, I would like to believe that we can trust the people that make those decisions. I understand why teachers and people in general would be apprehensive, and it is definitely up to the board to make sure that all the PPEs are in place and all required safety precautions are being met so that they can reopen. But that said, I do not believe that the current situation is one where teacher safety is being compromised. I've also reached to the board previously, to Lori, and she told me that PPEs have been acquired. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Asaf. So I'm gonna circle back. Pam, were we able to find Tamar Golding?
Yes, they seem to be back. Do you want to try and unmute?
Sure.
Tamar or Tammy, are you there? I can see that they're trying to unmute, but we're not hearing you.
So Tammy, on our side, it says talking is permitted. So if you can unmute, and otherwise maybe try exiting and coming back, and we can circle back again if staff is able to find you. Okay, so let's try, was it, I'm sorry if I have the name wrong, Liat Zeisman? Liat.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes. Do you hear me?
We do.
Okay. So good evening. Laurie, last night you came to the Stockholm community and you asked me to listen to you and to help you. And now I'm asking you to hear us, to help my kids. All kids are in need. All kids need to go to campus. I understand the safety thing. Give them 1 day, 2 days at school. I send my youngest, my kinder boy, to a private school because it's unacceptable to do the kinder by the Zoom, by remotely. I'm asking you to listen to us, to listen to the kids and put the kids first in line. I feel that we are growing up here a generation that will be hurt and will need more help than today. So please take our words and feelings and the kid situation and make it happen, and ask questions and ask the board to do the things faster, safely, but faster. Thank you.
And next I have Shinkwi Zhang, I believe. I'm sorry if I'm not getting the pronunciations right. So we've unmuted you on our side. Go ahead and try and unmute. Try and unmute again.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah. So okay. So thank you for allowing me make a public comment. So I'm a parent of a Divagas student, and my comments are about that the district is looking to close Divagas school. So I believe you have heard many great things about the teachers and the Divagas school. I just wanted to add a few points. So in the sample, Divagas neighborhood students will go to Eisenhower, Sedgwick, and Dulles Elementary School if Divagas is closed. And this means all students and their families need to get to the other side of Highway 280 or Lawrence Express for just going to school. And geographically speaking, this is not a good choice because this can make the morning traffic jam in Highway 280 and cross the Lawrence Express even worse. I can imagine the stress the parents have for sending the kids to school while being stuck in the traffic. And also, according to the reading data of CUSD, exiting kinder to entering grade 1 collected in 2019, Divagas was the third highest ranked school in CUSD for preparing kinders to first grade in the area of reading. So the Divagas teachers have done like amazing jobs for my kids. So then this is a community like built by teachers and students and parents. So I hope the district can reconsider the sample and keep Divagas open. Thank you. Thank you for letting me make the public comment.
Thank you for joining us, Shinkyu. I think your comment is reflecting our next item 7.2. So I want to reassure you that the board will take it under advisement when we hear item 7.2. So thank you for joining us tonight. And I'm going to try one more time with Tammy Gold. I think she was able to leave and come back. So on our side, you're unmuted. So go ahead and try. I see you unmuted. Can you talk? Well, shoot. So it looks like talking is permitted and you're unmuted on our end, but we can't hear you. So I'll go ahead and encourage you to please feel free to send an email to board@cusdk8.org. We read every email that comes in, and we will make sure to be on the lookout for that. I'm sorry that we couldn't get the technical challenges through tonight. Okay, so Pam, can I get 3 more names, please?
Patricia Lee, Joyce Fisher, and Kaylin Chavez.
Okay, so Patricia, are you able to join us?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Yes, hi. You know, I would just like to say that I'm getting conflicting messages from the Department of Public Health in California and versus the school district. Under the guidance of the California Department of Public Health, all schools may open in-person instruction when Santa Clara County has been out of Tier 1, which is the purple tier of the state's blueprint framework for 14 days. Santa Clara County was moved out of the Tier 1 to on September 8, 2020. and K through 12 schools in Santa Clara County will therefore be allowed to resume full in-person instruction on September 23rd, 2020. Today is September 24th. So I'm not sure why we have not made substantial effort in reopening our schools. Why are we still waiting till January 8th? And mainly in terms of the four-phase approach, I find that it's very vague in terms of the timeline that you presented. I cannot get a full expectation of when each phase will begin. And also it's unclear to me what the word hybrid means. And also I like to find out if we can move towards phase 4 before 2021 summer arrives. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, Patricia. Thanks for joining us tonight. Next, I see Joyce Fisher.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Welcome.
All right. So I want to start off by just thanking the board for hearing us and reading our emails that we send. I do appreciate that. As all teachers know, we're spending way too many hours working. But more importantly, I'm spending way too many hours worrying about my students and my fellow special education teachers. The administrative paperwork has increased, and surprise, we're back to testing timelines. But even though this is the hardest year of 30+ years of teaching, I wanted to share a couple things that are working. First of all, it is amazing that we can focus on distance learning and know that we have a return date of January 8th, 2021. Most of my classes have 100% attendance, and almost all of my students have sufficient technology. I have one student waiting on a hotspot. Speaking of technology, the tech desk, the help desk was an amazing support to teachers to take that off of our plates. My students can join meets on time, present their screens, turn on their cameras most of the time, submit work, resubmit work when needed, send emails. They're learning. I'm seeing them progress in reading, writing, and more importantly, their engagement. What do we still need? The teachers need your support for the continued routine and let us focus on distance learning. I appreciate the comments that you honor our prep time. There is no materials that I can use off the shelf. I am creating materials on 2 to 3 reading levels, 2 to 3 writing levels. Everything is created for my students. We need help connecting to the students that are not connecting with us. So we need more support staff. We need more ways to reach these students online now, not waiting for when we can be in person. Finally, please let us teach. That's what we would love to do. That's what we're doing. And then to the community, and I am a community member, we have got to work harder to stop the spread of COVID so we can bring our students back safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Okay, so next I have Kaylin Chavez.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
We are, thank you.
Perfect. All right, so I would like to start by saying that if meetings between the board and many management are still held virtually, it's not reasonable to ask staff and or students to return to campuses to any capacity. Also, after being told that schools would not be opening until January 8th, parents and staff have invested much time and money into preparing their homes to accommodate distance learning. It was previously stated that staff would have the option to stay home if they have children or family members who are immunocompromised, and I'm wondering if that is still the case. I personally am a parent of 3 young children and a staff member at CAP Dilworth. How can parents be expected to make child arrangements so quickly, especially parents who have multiple children, which also means finding someone to complete distance learning with a child? For me personally, that would be my eldest. And that applies to all district staff who have multiple children of varying ages completing distance learning. Lastly, safety should be our top priority, and I don't feel that the safety of staff, students, and their families are being taken into account when making the decision to move into phases prior to January 8th. The board continues to state that there's not enough evidence to know the safety of this and moving into these phases, but they are still being considered. I don't think that our staff, students, and families should be the guinea pigs to find out how safe it truly is to move into those further phases, and I think that everyone should wait. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Kaylin. Pam, could I get 3 more names from you, please?
Yes, Brian Toleno, Henry Deshaie, and Kevin Patel.
Okay, Brian, can you join us, please?
Hi,
Hi, welcome.
thank you. Thank you, Allison, for presentation, and thank you to the board and exec committee for the work as Ido stated so eloquently, just beginning now to figure out what we're going to do with the changes in way California has now created these phases. And I think it's important to get our kids back into school. One of the questions I have is on the slides presented, the new cases per 100,000, the California guidelines has 1 to 3.9 as a yellow and 4 to 7 in the red. The CDC chart that was shown has under 5 cases per 100,000, I believe, as a low risk for schools. What is the school board and what is the district doing about aligning their phase program to the California guidelines that are given? And so I think that's important work that needs to be done. It'll be clear to everyone how those line up. It's from the state, which is folded down to the counties, which should be folded down to the districts. In the January 8th timeline, which was very good and set back before we had data, before the phases were in place, and before we had guidance from the state and the county. And so I think those need to be revised and looked at while putting safety in place. I think Lori brings up a good point about not missing children of issues due to the new way we have to do school. And we should ignore the risk to these children. We should give the families a choice. They know their kids better than anyone on how they're dealing with it when the cameras are off and when they are screaming and yelling and crying. And I would ask the school board to observe kids in these classes. Are they engaged? Do they look happy? Do they look stressed? Talk to the parents. You'll find a different story once those cameras go off. And by the way, I'd like to mention that Joyce Fisher, and I appreciate the work that her and other teachers are doing, but she even said cameras are on most of the time. We accept our students being in class most of the time. Don't we want them there all the time? And aren't they there to learn? Let's work together to make a good, safe learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. So then next, I believe we have Henry. It's gone on and off my screen. Do we have Henry with us?
I had to make him a panelist because he's using an older version of Zoom.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Welcome, Henry.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to start by thanking our teachers for how they're helping our kids to learn and progress every day despite distance learning. Distance learning still means a strong commitment from parents, and this is not properly acknowledged. I spend 20% of my time supervising my second grader, and I'm not an exception. The logic followed to reopen the schools is very hard to follow. Looking at CDC guidance, the slide shown during the presentation, CUSD falls between green and light green, meaning the lowest risk of transmission. We also have country, state, and county health experts that are not only allowing, but encouraging schools to reopen. CUSD acknowledges the fact that in-class is better than distance learning. Safety guidelines are clear in terms of what has to be done in order to go back safely. Schools have reopened in most of the country without meaningful COVID contamination, except when local communities are not respecting the rules. Why does CUSD do not want to move faster, given that it seems that we have all the green lights to proceed? With the current mindset, it is hard to see how much better the situation has to be in order to reopen our schools. We expect the board to accelerate the negotiation with the teachers' union, which seems to be the only real issue preventing the schools to reopen. We deserve transparency on that negotiation so that we can see how it is progressing instead of throwing a phased plan that might never get implemented until that negotiation ends. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us tonight, Henry. And then next I have Kevin.
I don't see Kevin anymore.
I missed the last name. I'm sorry, Pam. What was the last
Patel.
name?
Kevin Patel, if you're here, can you raise your hand?
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and take 3 more names, and if we see Kevin come back, we can try and circle back. So can I get, I guess it's the last 3 names, right?
Yes, we have Betsy Slattery, Marianne Cunningham, and Dana Scher.
Okay. Betsy Slattery, are you with us?
Betsy, if you could raise your hand. Okay, there we go.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. As always, I appreciate everything that all of you are doing. I know it isn't easy. I will say I'm a little disappointed that Stacy and Allison's presentation didn't refer to the county guidance for schools that was updated on September 21st. I'm sure they've read it, but I think it would help to pass some of that on to the community. There's some important info in there. Thank you for agreeing to continue keeping schools closed until January 8th. Does my family long for normalcy? Of course, but we know it's not safe at this time. I was grateful to hear what Kai Brown and some teachers have said tonight. I realize that other districts are taking steps to reopen. We should wait and see what happens on their campuses. Nationwide, we've seen schools that have opened have to close again because of increased COVID cases. We are still learning about the long-term effects of this virus. I can't understand why anyone would want to risk the health of their students or our teachers and staff. Let's not rush things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for joining us tonight, Betsy. Next, I have Marianne Cunningham. I see a hand, so okay.
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Hi. So I wanted to thank you and also to thank CUSD for taking a slow and careful approach to this. I think there's some confusion. We do have an MOU. I'm a teacher. And the plan that they're trying is starting slow. Let's try bringing one kid back at a time for testing. And they're asking for volunteers. They're not making any teachers do it if they don't want to do it. I think we really have to stop and think about, though, opening this up. There's a reason teachers don't want to come. I understand parents want their kids back. I want to be back in the classroom too. Should show my face. But I think it's also important to realize that my brother died of COVID. A teacher at my school lost 5 family members, middle-aged. I have a friend who has a niece who's a child who's been in the hospital for weeks. So while this may not have touched your family, it has touched many other families. I think it's a great idea to start bringing them back slowly, kids who are targeted, who we're not reaching. Start with a small hub center, volunteers, people who want to do it. They'll have enough money to pay for what they need to do. We won't move into the hybrid model. The hybrid is where I teach part online while some kids are at home. And then then they'll swap so that they'll get some time. That needs to be negotiated through our union. This is the hardest thing I've ever done. Perhaps though, I think like Joyce said, I am making such progress with my kids. I am getting my kids engaged. I'm thinking of how to do it. It's working. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Okay, and then I think we might have Kevin back as well as Dana. So I see Dana's hand. So let's go ahead and go to Dana Share. And Kevin, if you're back with us, can you go ahead and raise your hand as well, please?
Okay, can you hear me?
We can, Dana. Welcome.
Okay, so thank you for listening tonight. I'll just go straight ahead. State says it's safe to open. We moved to red 2 weeks ago. Why is your decision that it's not safe? We want answers. What are the parameters to define safe enough? We want that transparency. We want to know when and exact dates are going to be, schools are going to be open for in-person learning. We want you to move ahead and apply for a waiver in case we move back a phase. Over the last 24 hours, we have opened a petition. We've signed parents, and in less than 24 hours, we have over 400 parents who have signed from the Santa Clara County, who have signed that they're interested in reopening school in a safe manner. Today, we have Los Altos that are opening for everyone in November. We have Palo Alto that is opening for everyone in October 12th. I want to quote you from an article, what Palo Alto superintendent was saying. He said he believes students belong in school, acknowledge that there is no reopening plan that will satisfy everyone. Part of our problem right now is we're chasing something with no finish line for some people. And let me remind you that they're opening the schools. And he says, I understand that. A person's fear or anxiety is real. And I also understand that as a parent. There is a point, however, where we have exhausted our steps that we can put in place trying to make people feel better about returning. Please reopen schools. Bottom line, our kids are suffering at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. And then I'll try circling back one last time. Were we able to find Kevin, Pam?
I'm not seeing him again.
I'm not either. Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and close public comment on item 7.1 then. And Kevin, if you are on, please feel free to send your thoughts, or anybody else, please feel free to send your thoughts to board@cusdk8.org as always. We're happy to hear from you and receive your input. Okay, so maybe we'll do a whip around again. Actually, I should just check. Does anybody have any clarifying questions that they want, that they realized they had after public comment before I move on to comments? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So I think, Satish, did you kick us off for questions? Would you like to go first on comments, or you want me to go to somebody else?
I think I can start a little bit, but I think we heard everybody, and I know that I think safety continued to be the highest challenge, right? Like again, coming back to what Jerry was asking, how safe is safe, right? What's the definition of it? That's very important, whether from the parent perspective, student perspective, or even from the staff perspective, teacher. So we have to make sure that the safety part is being well defined and that is taken care before we do anything, right? So especially teachers should be comfortable in dealing with this. And at the same time, parents also should be comfortable in sending their kids. And the safety should be the foremost thing. And definitely, probably, I think we are taking the right step. How small is small, we don't know yet. This 2A, 2A, we know, 2B. And maybe at 2C, we should start maybe like something like that, a suggestion, again, a comment, like, means like, I think a lot of parents have concerns, like, probably in the group of what we displayed here, if somebody is falling in that category, right? I know that we have prioritized a set of category we have put it for certain, students, but there may be some missing category where really, socially, emotionally, there is a requirement, there's a need, okay, for certain kids, or somebody is having a facility issues at home, which probably may not be catering here, or they may not be able to do at home. Like there are multiple kids at home, in a smaller place, it will be hard for them to be doing a remote thing. Okay, there could be a technical challenge. I know that we are providing an excellent tech support job, but still it could be very hard for multiple kids being at home and to do the technical part of it. Okay, so I think we probably should be looking into another category, beyond this 2B. Right, before, even if you're not comfortable for a 3 or a 4, we should have somebody, who somebody's really want some help on this to get the kids into that. And I understand the safety, again, underlying part is the safety. Let's look into that, but at the same time, let's keep it a little bit more open if we want to get more kids. Again, this is coming back to my older discussion about the percentage or the capacity, everything. Let's look into that. So that's my comment. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you, Satish. Okay. Phyllis, I think you had said earlier that you had one for us.
Yeah, I just had some comments, and I really appreciate what we heard from the parents and the community and the teachers tonight. And I also appreciate the work that Allison and her team are doing. My concern about phase 2B is teacher workload. As I look at the way we're going to ask staff to bring kids back, to have kids in person part of the time, distance learning part of the time, something different on Wednesdays, I want to make sure that we're not stretching our teachers so thin that they're not able to do a good job on any piece of it. So as we're looking to go into phase 2B, I hope that we're really working closely with the teachers to make sure that the quality of education remains really strong as we continue with distance learning. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you, Phyllis. Okay, let's see, I think it was Jerry next, right? Do I have my order right? Sorry, guys.
Probably. That seems about right. Thanks, Lori. And well, first, I want to thank all the folks that spoke today, the staff, the parents. We've also gotten a lot of emails from this, on this topic, and you know, I know we all read every single one of these. So there's a lot of touching stories in there, and I certainly appreciate that this is not ideal for anybody. You know, and to Stacy and Allison, thank you. I think this is a pretty tough situation, because I think, you know, this is one of these places where we may just have some honestly conflicting interests, and I think we're going to have to try to carve out some kind of compromise here, because I don't see a way where everybody gets what they want in this situation. I wish society wasn't like this. I wish we, but it's okay. So what I'm going to leave you with, Stacy, are, I think, like what we've done for the CAC, a set of guiding principles and things I like to see, and I'll keep it at that level. I think first, the safety of our employees is very important to me, and so I know today we have a definition of. Thank you very much for that, for defining what safe is here. And I think in the future updates, as we engage with the employee organization, I really would like to understand better how they feel what safe is. I certainly appreciate that different locales have different, you know, every situation is different. And I certainly don't necessarily think some, you know, guidelines, national guidelines should apply to everybody. And so I would like to understand what that is, to the extent that we can get that, because I think, you know, the saying about, you know, you only get what you measure. And if we don't know what we're heading towards, I don't know if we know where we've gotten there. With that said, I think I'm an engineer, I'm a scientist. I think I would like for our decisions to be guided by science. And I guess to a certain extent also by the sort of the state, county, federal guidelines. Although I do understand that, you know, these are political organizations and political considerations come into this. And so, you know, personally, maybe put a little bit less weight on that, but I think science is something that really speaks to me. We have, as what was talked about earlier today, we have some neighboring districts that's gone ahead, right? And they've announced openings. And I think there are things we can learn from them. So I would please ask the staff that as we're developing our own guidelines, to keep an eye on what's happening with some of our neighboring school districts. I think, yeah, that would be good. And then lastly, I think, so, you know, Lori brought a point about sort of the inclusion of other groups in sort of this 2B, and I would just add a +1 to that. I know we have these good measures, and I understand Allison's explanation that our system, I would expect, catch most of these. But I can also, I think there was a point made about when the camera's off, right? And the school district doesn't see what happens when the camera's off. And so I think to the extent we have ways of getting parents' inputs into who goes into that group, I very much like to see that, so that it's not completely dependent on district assessments. And then lastly, I think there were a couple of folks that spoke and said before we go back in sort of any sort of large scale, I don't know if that's 2B or I guess that's only one that's been defined, that we should meet in person. I think there's validity in that. I think, again, we should treat others the way we want to be treated. And I think I'm happy to entertain a conversation. So I'm old enough now to be in the high risk group, but I think I'm happy to have that I know I'm giving away my age here, but I'm happy to have that conversation. I want to respect folks who are happy to meet in person and folks who don't feel comfortable. I think that's the approach we're taking with our staff, and I think we should do that with ourselves. So I'll just put a vote in for I'm very willing to have that conversation on when we do that as a board. With that, then, those are my comments, and thanks for the time, Lori.
Okay, Jerry, great, thank you. Sylvia, do you have comments you'd like to share?
Just a reflection, I think, as I'm hearing of the different comments and just the wide range of different perspectives and experiences. And the reality is when we have a district as large as we do, any one experience can be said and it would be true somewhere within the district. I think one of the things that kind of struck out to me as I was listening from both the teachers and the parents was the need for more support. I think a couple of our teachers had said, this is what we need some more support. And I think as I'm hearing the parents, I think one of the things about shelter in place is it's very lonely, right? I think it's isolating, and I think that's hard for our children. It's hard for us. I think it's hard for us as parents. And I find that the school district is becoming more and more than just school, right? We're feeding families, we're tech support, we're IT, we're doing so many things, and I think that's right because you know our schools are our communities. But I'm wondering how we can help to support our parents so that they don't feel so alone in the journey. And I'm wondering what we are already doing with our teachers so that there is definitely intentional collaboration, intentional partnership, intentional support services. I know we're stretched with resources, but I guess other than what the resources can provide, what kind of infrastructure can we put in to make sure that collaboration is happening, that partnership is happening, that support is happening school side, and then what can we do maybe at the site level that principals can enact, that PTAs can do to create more community and create more of a shared journey for our parents and for our kids. So that's basically my reflections.
Okay, and I think so much of what's been weighing on my mind has already been lifted up by my colleagues, but I will say that, you know, all of the years that I spent in healthcare and in healthcare administration do make me evaluate some of the conflicting advice that's still out there, and certainly conflicting science. There is, for all we know now that we didn't know in March, there is still so much that we don't know. And I think with that health science background, what that tells me is that being slow and being cautious and being methodical and being deliberate is the best thing that we can do for our community from a health standpoint. And at the same time, what weighs on me is that we are also at the same time charged with delivering on, I default to these words because they resonate with me so deeply, which is delivering on the promise of public education for every child, to ensure that every child has the resources and support that they need to ensure that that learning moment happens for them. And so, you know, how do you balance that? How do you ensure that that you are doing the best you can, knowing that those two things are in conflict here at times? And so I do default back to the science we do know. You know, I default back to the PPE, and that we know that social distancing is paramount. We know that people need to be wearing their masks in public. We know that outdoors is safer than in. We know that this virus does spread in the air, that when we are as a community not following the guidance of public health, we are moving ourselves further away from our ability to get our kids back into learning environments. And so that's essential for all of us to do our part in that. I think I hear the message loud and clear that red is not green. Yet we also have a system that is a stepwise system that moves from purple to red to orange to yellow, and even yellow is still cautious, right? And so that at every step of the way, we must continue. What that says to me is that even our system within our state is saying, move slowly, move cautiously, proceed with caution. And while I know that there are some local districts that are exploring the idea of beginning to bring cohorts back or are working through the decisions to bring cohorts back, I also know that there are just as many districts that are this week or last week making the decision to stay in full distance learning until January. The largest district in the county made that call this week, San Jose Unified. So, you know, I think the reason that every district is charged with evaluating the situation for themselves is because it's not going to be a one size fits all. And so to compare us to other districts as we move through this process is fair and is relevant, and is also going to continue to be a challenging thing to navigate because districts around us are also in conflict with each other, right? I think the one last thing that I want to hit on is that it resonates with me when families are asking for a choice. And I think that's because we say we're a district of choice. And I also think that then we must be willing to extend that choice to our staff. I think we are on the right track saying that we are I hate this to the greatest extent possible language that's in the public health guidance to begin with, so I can't believe I'm about to say this, but to the greatest extent possible, I hope that that continues to be a value for us. And the reason I say that is, you know, hearing that the state again yesterday changed the rules on us once again, as far as some of those testing guideline timelines that we now must adhere to, means that ultimately, if we do the best we can to meet it with volunteers, that we still may find ourselves in a position to have to figure out how to be compliant too with the laws and regulations, which is going to be a challenge for us all. And I hope that we can just continue our partnership to work together, but that I hear the concerns on both sides, and I think we just have to continue to work through them. And I know that's not going to be nearly fast enough for all of the voices calling for that to be as soon as possible. And it's not going to be nearly long enough for those who are absolutely not ready. And we're just going to have to continue to be open to working together on it. So that's my reflections on tonight. I will give one last round for anybody who has anything else they feel like they need to add. Stacy, do you have anything you need to add, or do you need anything else from us on this item tonight?
I don't need anything further. I just echo what so many of you have said, and you know, it's that go slow and a balanced approach, and we do continue to try to meet the needs of all and fall somewhere in the middle, and we'll continue to move forward. You know, we've created what I believe is a very collaborative work with our unions and our staff, and we want to honor and continue that work, because by us all working together, we are able to move forward, however slow it may be, but we are moving forward. And I think for all to recognize that, we've made great strides from where we were 6 months ago when this originally started. So we'll continue to forge forward.
Okay. So with that, I believe, unless anybody flags me and tells me different, we are done with 7.1. So we will go ahead and move to 7.2. Again, I'll just review. So we're going to have a presentation to the board from staff, followed by some clarifying questions from the board. Followed most likely, I will check in with my board about when we want to handle public comment. But make sure that we obviously circle around to that to hear from our community. Please do go ahead and submit your comment cards. I anticipate that I will call probably right away after the presentation. I'll give you a 3-minute warning again for putting in comment cards so that we can figure out how many we have so that we can correctly allot the time for that so that we can hear from everybody and still have time for the rest of our agenda this evening. So with that, I will turn it over to Stacy and team for the presentation on our CAC. Thank you.
Yeah, if we can go ahead and get the slides up. And so I just really want to start off tonight in recognizing and thanking the members of our CAC committee. They have been an amazing group. And although we have 5 meetings that we've scheduled with the CAC, the amount of time that they're putting in, they are meeting numerous meetings throughout the week. They have weekend meetings. They have devoted and dedicated a tremendous amount of their own time to really work through and develop very conscientious plans, and they're considering additional information and want to ensure that they have correct data. So just truly want to throw out that appreciation for that group of people that are working very, very hard. I know one of the groups even had a meeting planned tonight, but I think they deferred it to Saturday so that they could join the board meeting tonight. So tonight we are going to provide an update on our 3rd meeting. If we can go to the next slide. And there we are on September 24th. So we've had 3 of our CAC meetings, and as you can see, they're happening very rapidly, falling in between our board meetings. That allows us this opportunity to come and provide the updates and to hear back from our community as well. So tonight, our purpose really is to update the board and the community on what occurred at our last CAC meeting. If we can go to the next slide, Jeff, which was on September 21st on Monday. We went through and we did an affirmation that we are still on target with our timeline, that our charge is still in place and our focus, and we also are still on target for our end product to be brought forward to the board. The other piece that I wanted to share with tonight is the board had developed their criteria and guiding principles, and in addition, the CAC has had their conversation, some additional criteria considerations that they really want the board to take into consideration when the plans are brought forward for them. They're actually utilizing their criteria that they have created and developed and agreed upon as they begin to work on their plans as well. And then I'll share what the next steps of the CAC are for their next 2 meetings. So just reiterating and reaffirming what the charge is for the CAC, that they are not the decision makers. The decision makers are you as the board. They are going to bring back a concrete plan that does have a focus on closing schools. It really is to look at that long-term solvency for us and stability. And through that process, there will also be some balancing of enrollment throughout the district. What that further means, next slide. So in addition to the criteria, and I'll review what the board criteria is, the CAC will recommend their criteria that the board take into consideration. So these will be other points that, although they've been discussed about, didn't actually come under the guiding principles for the board, but have come out as very important. Even through last year's information meetings with the communities, they've certainly come through on comments that we have received at board meetings out of the many, many emails that we're receiving. And so these criteria we would ask that they're also considered. They also, their task is to validate the fairness and the equitability of their recommendations. So their task as they are brainstorming and creating plans, they are really weighing that against what's fair and equitable across the district. Their primary focus is on school closures as a way of that fiscal solvency, but they also are looking at how to balance the enrollment and what other creative ways or what other possible ways could they utilize our facilities to help offset that structural deficit as well. And then again, they will create a concrete plan. And if we go to the next slide, a further clarification of what that concrete plan is really they need to generate predictable and tangible expenditures and reductions so that it has to be something that we can build into our budget. That was really important because over the last 5 years, we really have put a lot of strategies in place to increase enrollment. We've put in strategies to look at some revenue enhancement. All of those pieces have been tried and put into place. We really are at a place now where we need to look at the multi-year and ensure that we're fiscally solvent for those years out. And so really to have that concrete amount of money that we can build into the budget every year was really important. Again, the balancing enrollment is happening as we're starting to look at some of those plans and shifting students around. Some of that natural balance will happen and focusing on those ideal sizes of the school as well. So next slide. So the end product that the CAC will deliver to the board on October 22nd is a plan that's going to identify a list of school closure plans that meet the criteria and are fair and equitable. The plan presented will demonstrate quantifiable results that are certain enough to be included as part of the district budget assumptions. So the next slide, I really, the further clarification that we provided with the CAC, and I think is really important as the conversations are happening out there in the community, is we've really focused on the October 22nd, which is would be after the 5th and final meeting of the CAC and what they're presenting to the board. But I think it's really important to share that we're providing an update tonight. We'll have an opportunity at our October 8th board meeting. On the 22nd, the CAC will be here to help present a plan for you as the board members. What will happen is you'll have an opportunity to ask further clarification questions, if there's some different information that you still need, but no decision is going to happen on the October 22nd. That really is a time for the CAC to spend with you as the board and to go through and clearly explain their rationale, their criteria, how it aligns to the guiding principles. We'll then be able to come back on November 5th and really dive in and start having that discussion about the plans and where do we go and start really delving into them. We also have November 19th, which is a board advance that we can spend the entire day if that's what's needed for really continuing that deep conversation and possibly make some determination of an action there. When we've spoken throughout the last months, we've really one of the tasks of the CAC is to have a plan that would be ready to be implemented in August of 21-22 for the following school year. We would need to meet some timelines there to ensure that school closures, if that the final determination of which school closures, to be able to have those in place by August 21st. So November and December become very critical to start making decisions and take that action. Next slide. So just to review again, the board criteria and guiding principles that started the foundation for the work of the CAC is that it was established that the elementary CLIP program, the K-5, would have its own campus, as does the other 3 alternative schools. As well as that is that our 4 alternative schools would continue to be offered. They're very popular, a high parent choice, and great programs that we know are very well received, not only from in district, but out of district as well. It was also the continuation of identifying our elementary schools as that ideal size from anywhere from a 3 to 6 kindergarten classroom. Schools could range. We recognize that we may have some schools that only have the 3 kindergarten. We may have a school that has that 6 kindergarten. But again, those are really those optimal sizes for staffing to offer the programs and really have that really sound instruction. Middle schools would have a range of 1,000 to 1,200 students. Again, this was a guiding principle that and a criteria that was discussed last year, and we have said that we would circle back to that and continue to look at the middle school numbers. We also have given the CAC the financial saving target of anywhere from $5 to $7 million. That is an ongoing built into our multi-year budget. The plan would need to provide a long-term financial stability. And the other board criteria and guiding principles is again that it would be ready to implement beginning with 21-22, and that something that's really valued in our district and has come up even in our previous conversations on other topics is just that the parent choice that I think is valued by staff, by parents, by the community throughout Cupertino. We really do want to maintain that as well. So based on those criteria, the CAC really did some long conversations, and as they started to look and delve more into how to go about closing schools and how to keep it fair and equitable, these really resonated with them. And so these aren't in any particular order, but they really had a couple different components. That fairness and equity really resonated with them, and they looked at the fairness and equity in a couple different ways. One was on the community, community, the socioeconomic, and the impact on transportation. They really wanted to ensure that those were applied across all schools across the entire district, not just pockets of schools or a certain quadrant of the schools. So that became a very important part of them as they are having their conversations. They also wanted to look at the current enrollment of the school site to take that into consideration as they're looking at the criteria. The equity for alternative schools, and this is actually, this one was a little bit confusing for some because we had to go back in and ask clarity as to what does this really mean? And the equity for alternative schools is ensuring that alternative schools are treated equal to other campuses on the site. They're not given more emphasis or less emphasis than the other sites. They're a valuable part of Cupertino, but they should be treated as our other campuses. And so if the equity needs to be looking at, are they spaced out around the campus, around the district versus one isolated area of the quadrant to balance it out, then that could also be considered. A big piece and one that I know our committee has worked hard on and is continuing to look at as they're developing their plans is the viability of the school of repurposing. So a lot of questions as far as what is the condition of our facilities? What is the leasability of our facilities? Although we would like to think that every site has a high market value for leasing, there are some areas that are probably more viable to bring in a lease quickly and for more money. And so really wanting to have those pieces as they make a decision, whether to close one school or the other, what's also the leasability of the campus site. And then really looking at the population trends and the quadrant balance. The committee has taken a long time just looking at the balance throughout the district and where do most of our elementary schools fall and where do most of our middle schools fall? And is there a balance so that students are represented throughout the entire district? And is there some way to shift so that there is a more balance between the 4 quadrants? Again, transportation came up not only under the fairness and equity, but just as that safety and distance feature. So safe routes to school, if there is a school closing, are we ensuring that the students that would be shifted to this new school, is there a safe route? Are they not having to pass those major thoroughways and freeways? And then just that distance as we look at traffic and the traffic patterns in our communities, are families going to be able to get their students to and from a new school or a different school without further congesting some of those traffic patterns? And then other areas where the voters support of potential future ballot measures, looking at our communities, if we move a school from one area, is there a jeopardizing possibility of passing future ballot measures? And then the last one was really the equitable locations of middle schools. And again, they have used kind of that 4 quadrant that we presented in the sample. And as they're looking at where the middle schools are falling and the population trends are, is there an equal balance for those and servicing the students? The other one that I just saw that I missed over was the high school feeder pattern that came up as something to consider as to, as we're shifting students around to other schools, how would that effect be on our current high school feeder patterns as well? And next slide. So our meeting on Monday, and again, the committee has just been amazing and thoughtful and insightful on their questions. Their task was really brainstorming ideas about what could this plan look like. And so in a brainstorming, it's really important just to allow the ideas to flow. There's no judging, there's no right or wrong. It really is, let's be creative, put together these plans that you think would meet this criteria. Their task after brainstorming is really now going back to their ideas and start assigning, are they meeting the criteria? What guiding principles are they meeting? What is the monetary amount of each of these areas? Is it meeting that fair and equitability? What is the impact on transportation? And so in fairness to the committee, when we met on Monday night, their desire was, what we created to bring forth on the 21st really was a smattering of ideas and needing the time to come back as their own groups and really work through that rationale as to why and how that plan would work. And so we don't have any sample scenarios to share tonight. They're not ready to be presented, and really wanting to honor the work of the CAC so that they have this week until our next meeting on the 1st to come up with a clearer plan and a clearer alignment with the rationale, the criteria, and the guiding principles. And so they are trying to present it into something of a common template so that it's easy for people to kind of understand, what is the concept, what is the rationale, what is the criteria. And so we are anxious and looking forward to seeing what will come back when we meet next week on October 1st. And then we would have some further samples to share with the board on October 8th to begin and continue that discussion with as well. So with that, it really is an opportunity to ask questions, clarifying questions, comments. Is there something that the board would like to see come back on the 8th? And I'll open it up.
Okay, thank you for that update, Stacy. Let's see, how about we go to clarifying questions first? So who has questions?
Okay, I will start. I did that last time too.
Go for it, Satish. Thanks.
Okay. I think first of all, I think I want to thank CAC here. Definitely, I think I know, it's a lot of work, and around the clock they are working in a short period of time, and I really want to appreciate their effort, right? And it's not a very easy stuff. So the first question is like I have three questions, okay, which I'm going to ask. Like, how is the feedback actually being fed actually to the CAC? Like I know that a lot of community people, I know they truly represent the community, the CACs, but people have opinion and things like that, and they come to the board meeting. How that feedback mechanism is working actually to CAC?
So that's actually a great point, because I know that so many of our CAC members are attending the board member meetings and listening. They're on email threads. They have their own conversation chats. They're certainly aligned with their communities. But I know as board members and myself, we are getting a tremendous amount of comments from the community. And so kind of my task that I think I assigned to myself and my team is we really need to make sure that that information is getting to CAC. So we'll try to create a new format that that can be shared more directly with the CAC.
Yeah, because just I want to make sure the both sides, the transparency, that is like whatever CAC is discussing, we are hearing. At the same time, whatever is happening here, I want CAC also to be I know that not to influence them, but to make sure that they are doing the right thing, right? The second question, I'll make it quick. I know that this came up earlier too. Will there be choices given to the board by CAC, or they would eventually have one suggestion for board to look at?
So they will come in with a plan that will lay out different options that the board will have to consider. So their task is really not to identify specific schools. They're going to give you some considerations. If you were to choose this school in this quadrant, or to choose a school in this quadrant, or to choose a school in this boundary area, here's a rationale why that would align to the criteria. So they're really not going to come in with a plan that says, we are asking you as a board to close these three schools. That's not the intention of the CAC. It really is to provide and guide you the information.
Okay, the last question is, I know that like they had, this has been the plan always, like only 5 meetings they were supposed to, and they may be having informal meeting another 5 or 10 extra. That's a different thing. But I think this is just, I know with the current, the pressure or the things around them, is this 5 meeting good enough for them to make the right decision? Do you think that as, truly, if you see it, do they need more time? Okay, I know that we have some time crunch. We are looking for certain dates and we are marching towards that, but that should not be driving them to make the decision faster, right? So they should be looking into all the aspects of it, and they should not be missing any something very critical or something very important probably, and we do not want to get into a conclusion very soon if there are some points which we are going to miss it. So I'm just curious. I know that probably we cannot make a decision here, but do you really truly think, or CAC is thinking that, or because we are not seeing CAC, we are seeing the representation from CAC here through you guys. So you think that they need some more time, or they need more ideas to be brainstormed, right? Rather than restricting themselves around. So if that's going to help the district, if that's going to help the community better, I think we should explore that. I know it's a question and a suggestion, but yeah.
That was one of our focuses when we opened the meeting on Monday, was really that affirmation. Are we on track with our timeline? And again, we had three groups that had been able to accomplish quite a bit on their brainstorming. And we had one group that was still struggling with putting some conceptual pieces in place, but the agreement is that they've all committed. They're going to continue to work between the meetings and be on task and on timeline. So our October 22nd is still our realistic goal for them.
Okay, thank you, Lori. We can.
Okay. Anybody want to go next? Or I can, either way.
I will go.
Okay, Phyllis, go.
I just want to thank the CAC. I know how much work it is, and I applaud what you've done. I really like the additional criteria that you have established. I think those are great points for you to consider. I want to +1 Satish's comment about making sure that the CAC, we are getting a lot of emails, and I value that. And I value the fact that the community is weighing in with us on what they think should or should not happen. And I think it's really important, even if someone just took the responsibility to forward those to someone in the CAC so that they can really see what the community is saying and what they're sharing with us. I think that would be really important. So I hope that you can figure out a way for that to happen, for the CAC to get all of that information. Thank you, Lori.
Phyllis, can I ask you a clarifying question on that?
Sure.
My only concern with that would be people sent them to us. I don't know what the expectation of privacy is there. And so rather than forwarding, I almost think maybe the right thing to do might be to, you know, copy paste the body or the
paraphrase it some way.
The common, yeah, paraphrase, you know.
Yeah, I that would be fine with me.
About sharing the information, I'm a little bit leery about forwarding on somebody's email that came addressed to us just out of a respect.
Well, and especially when in some of the emails, specific board members' names are mentioned, maybe that's not appropriate to forward. Right.
No, maybe it is. I mean, yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that also. I think thanks, Laurie, sorry, like, and Phyllis. I just wanted to make sure that I think that's what exactly I said, the feedback. It doesn't mean that exact wording should be going there, like, but some kind of like, you know, an awareness. Hey, this is what, you know, that if that's going to help us out in a better way.
I think so too, yeah.
It is not to just get pressurized for anything, and that is not the idea here. This is just to make sure that this is what it is.
We used to keep like a running record for our meetings that we just added to, and I'm almost envisioning like a doc that's just a running record where, you know, on this date, these themes were received, and on this date, these themes were received, kind of thing. I'm sure staff will have some other ideas, probably better ideas than that, but that's just what jumped into my mind. But yeah, I totally support the crux of what you're saying though, Phyllis and Satish, absolutely. Okay, sorry, Phyllis, were you concluded when I asked?
Done. Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, who's next?
I'll go next.
Okay, Jerry, go.
So again, just want to echo everyone's thanks for the CAC. I'm truly grateful. This is a lot of work, and I know there's a lot of pressure from the community, judging from the amount of communication we've gotten. So thank you for giving up big chunks of your time for this. I'll just follow up on, I think since we're on the discussion of passing on the information, I like Satish's idea. My preference would be to, it's like, you know, natural food versus processed food. I like to sort of, for us to process the input as little as possible. I understand the point about the privacy. So I think one thing we could do is just strip the headers and the signature so the content gets through, but not the actual who sent it. I think people should know that anything you send to us is public record. And so people can do Public Record Act requests and pull them. So if you didn't know that, you should know that. Once you send it to us, there's really other people can have the legal right to see them. But I think there are comments about folks. I would like to see those removed. I think they're not relevant. Because I think for me, the intent of doing that is to have a channel for community ideas and sentiment into the CAC as a factor, right? But they don't need to see a lot of this extraneous stuff. But, you know, I think it's a lot more work to try to summarize it. How do you summarize it? It gets complicated. So that's my 2 cents on that. I had 2 questions. If we could go back to the board criteria and guiding principle slide. I remember when we talked about this, there was a differentiation made between board criteria and guiding principles, because there were some things in here that we've agreed on as a board, and that was a requirement. And there are some things in here that was sort of nice to have. And I would argue, I don't remember ever, not that I disagree with it, and we've kind of talked about it in sort of, but not an agenda item, is, you know, ideal ranges for middle schools. I believe, and I understand that's staff recommendation. But now I see them conflated on this slide. And so I'm and my question is, what was communicated to the CAC as a requirement versus nice to have, or do we just give them this hodgepodge of bullets without identifying that?
So it was presented to them just as this slide is, as a board criteria and guiding principles combined together. And so
All right.
It was presented as one unified based on last spring's discussions.
Okay, well, thanks. I felt like we spent some amount of time, at least I did, clarifying what was required and what are nice things to have. And I would ask in the future if we could keep these separate, because I feel like by combining this, all the time we put into, and maybe other people don't feel this way, but I think since we made that differentiation, it'd be nice to have that communicated to the CAC. My other one then is on the criteria that came up with. I think that's on the next slide. Thanks. If you could speak a bit more about this first bullet. So there are 3 items here labeled fairness and equity on 3 different topics. Impact on the community. Could you say a bit more about that? Because are we talking about sort of within the quadrants it should be? Because it seems to me if your neighborhood school closes, that's a big impact. And if it doesn't, it's a smaller impact, although there's some impact. What are folks saying here? It seems like these are just fundamentally, it's like a meteor hitting you kind of thing. How do you make that fair and equitable? So I'm trying to wrap my head around that. Could you give me some examples?
So one of the conversations surrounding this was the fairness and equity. If you look at the sample with the 4 quadrants, and many of the committee members continue to kind of focus on the district and looking at the four quadrants and what schools fall into there.
Mm-hmm.
Our low enrollment, lowest declining enrollment schools all tend to fall in the same quadrant. And to go in and to close 3 to 4 schools in that same similar area really does have a devastating effect on the community. And so they really were being thoughtful about how do we ensure that we're not just coming into one community, because the impact, you're right, it's felt larger in some areas, but it's going to be felt throughout the communities,
right,
in the entire district. And as you know, although schools may close in one area, students are going to shift. That's going to impact the community. As we balance enrollment, that's going to affect the community. So they just really wanted to ensure that we're looking at that big picture.
I understand. So the community in this sense is at a level above a neighborhood school, but really sort of that entire area and balancing the impact across these areas. All right. Those are my only questions. I had some comments, but I'll save them for after public comments. Thank you, Lori.
And it just dawned on me that I did not give the 3-minute warning. So I'm going to say it's 8:20 now. At 8:23, if you are intending to make a public comment, please go ahead and make your way to the form for that, either on our website or I believe it is posted in chat by our helpful staff. Okay, so back to clarifying. Sylvia.
I just want to echo the thanks to the CAC. It's a lot of work, and I know you all have been working even past the official meeting, so thank you. I don't have any additional clarifying questions. They all got asked by my colleagues.
Okay. So I do have some based just on the sheer volume of emails that have come in, because I think while we have lived this every step of the way, starting from several years ago to embarking on this journey last fall that led to the listening sessions and then led to the decision to form a CAC and then led to what to do with our CAC once COVID dropped and now into this process itself. You know, we have been along for this whole journey every step of the way, but various members of the community have been on part of the journey, all of the journeys, intermittently on the journey. So I feel like I want to go back and revisit some of those questions that we have received en masse. So can we go to the timeline clarified slide? So actually the one right before that, the end product, I know that we talked about this in the spring at the advance as we were thinking through the CAC process and when we moved forward with the CAC. So on October 22nd, I just want to make sure that we are clarifying what is coming forward is a recommendation from a board committee to the Board of Trustees as a starting point for discussions and deliberations that will happen after that.
Yes, so Jeff, can you go to the slide before that? It'll be a recommendation of considerations. And so it really will list criteria that the committee considered, their rationale for that. Does it meet all the criteria? Does it only meet part of those criteria? And then also the pros and cons that they as a committee feel that consideration or recommendation would apply to. So you will come in with a slate that you will then have the ability to go through and start the discussion and delve into and make some decisions from that.
Okay, and with those recommendations, they're like, to your point, some of them may meet all the criteria, some of them may meet some portion of the criteria, and that will be called out as like supporting data for us to consider for each one of those items. Do I understand that right?
That's our intent.
Excuse me, tickle. Okay, so then going on to timeline clarified, the next one. So we had many questions about what happens in October versus what happens in November. And I think there are some members in the community that are, aware of the fact that we have an upcoming election and that election falls on November 3rd. And that there was some confusion around the October 22nd date being a date at which the board would consider, but we've now clarified that is recommendations coming forward only. And so as we continued into as a board, discussions, deliberations, leading to a decision, we are in control of that process and setting the pace for that through these meetings. And if we felt we needed another meeting, either in between the 5th and the 19th or after the 19th for a public hearing, before the end of November or something, we would make time for that. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, so then I want to move to, let's see, sorry, Jeff, I don't have the slide. I think it's next one, sorry, board guiding criteria and principles. So I guess I didn't struggle with this the way Jerry did, just from the standpoint of, to my recollection, I think this is the way it was sort of presented to us in the spring. And so I guess I didn't understand, I guess I didn't conceptualize it the same way, but I hear your point to that. So I could be comfortable either way with either dividing it out or keeping it together. I guess I was thinking of them together, but to your point, I can see why you might want to weight one over the other. But at any rate, in that, we did have a discussion about our alternative school programs, and that we did say that one of our criteria was that we were going to move forward with saying that we will continue to have our alternative choice programs. And then I see on the next slide where the CAC suggested to us about the additional criteria, where I believe I heard you call out that in the idea of equity for alternative programs, that includes all aspects of that. So that's looking both at that we've said those programs will continue to exist, but we've also said that if there is equity in looking at a move or at something like that for the entire district, that we are considering them the same as any of our other programs that we're running at our neighborhood schools in the district, in terms of where we might distribute those equitably for quadrants or for other considerations which the committee might suggest to us. Is that correct?
It is correct. The other piece is on the flip side for the equity for the alternative schools, and ensuring that they are supported as are the other schools. And so with curriculum, are they supported? So I do need to add that piece in.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so then other than saying that our alternative programs are going to continue to exist, have we at this point said that any school is exempt from the full consideration by the CAC for all aspects of all of the criteria, both the board criteria and the additional criteria which are being considered?
No, all schools are still on the table. There is nobody that's exempt. And that was actually one of our conversations we had at the very first CAC meeting. Was a question came from the committee, is there any protection? Are we not able to look at schools in some of our outlying areas, or those schools that fall in a single school in a community or a city? And so we did clarify from the very beginning that any of the schools can be considered. There is nobody that exempt or is protected. So they all fall under the same criteria and guiding principles.
And so they'll all be sort of considered equally by the committee for what makes the most sense when compared against all of the criteria which have now been set out, both with the board's conversations as well as our broad stakeholder committee.
Yes, and they are.
Thank you. Okay. And so even though, to your point, considerations have been suggested by both groups for various aspects, for alternative programs, for single cities, as you raise, for, I know last meeting we talked about considerations for schools at which we might have a higher concentration of any of our populations, such as socioeconomic status or anything like that. All of that is being considered, and all of that is on the table, and all of that is conversations and considerations that we are weighing throughout this process in aggregate.
Yes, and actually that's one area that if I can point out that the committee really wanted some additional information in diving into the socioeconomic impact and what schools were more heavily impacted than others. And so very conscious of this and very deep consideration of this as well.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna move along. We had a meeting within the last year, but I can't remember exactly when it was, where we looked at all of the reserve properties within the district. And we talked about our properties that were currently leased out and were revenue producing for us, as well as our Montebello property that was acquired when the old Montebello single one-room schoolhouse, or maybe there were multiple, I think there's maybe 2 buildings, 3 buildings, I don't remember. There's one main building and an outbuilding, I think, anyway, up there. But, you know, essentially a one-room schoolhouse school district that was up there. And when the state closed them down and when they had fewer than 9 students or whatever it was left up there, and the state combined them with Cupertino Union, we have had that property. At one point we were able to lease it out, and then there was an issue with emergency services getting up to that property. And so in working through that, I believe when that update came to us, we all said that that property would come into the CAC process as one, just like as we were talking about the district office, as one that we would consider throughout this process as on the table, so to speak, for recommendations. Do I have that right?
You do. They're actually not just considering Montebello. They have asked questions about our other facilities that we do currently lease out and what the value is, and what it would cost even to return those leased sites out into a workable school site again.
Okay. So basically every piece of property we have that we own, we are considering through the full scope of this process.
Yes.
Okay. And does the district own a property called Stevens Canyon Road, or is there a possibility that maybe because that's in the area of Montebello, there might be some confusion about that property being one and the same?
Yeah, and I asked Jeff if he can chime in, because I have never heard the Stevens Creek Canyon property.
Yeah, Stevens Canyon Road is the road that you take out to Montebello. So
I am not aware of any in our district, but I will
let Jeff weigh in. Yeah.
Weigh in as well in case I am missing something.
No, that is not a property that we own, unless there's an alternative name that goes by. It is not part of the property that we own up at Montebello. Luther, Sarah, and Nan Allen are other properties along with Finch right now as a district.
Great, thank you. And can you clarify what Finch is for us?
I'm sorry, Finch is the property that's located directly next to Sedgwick Elementary School. It's that parcel of land that's adjacent to the school.
Right, that the board acquired for?
That was a property that, because it was located, was actually once part of the whole, all of Finch was actually all part of Sedgwick at one point in time. The district had the ability to acquire that.
I think it was
related to the bond. I'd have to go back to the exact date. I'm sorry, I don't have that off the top here, but it was purchased because of its adjacency to Sedgwick to allow some flexibility should the district need to expand on Sedgwick.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. So I'm going to continue to work through the list of concerns that have been raised. Our I'm going to paraphrase our dilemma all along. So our dilemma is that we have a statutory obligation to meet our, to adopt a budget around June of every year, whereby we must declare to the county and to the state that we can meet our fiscal obligation to stay solvent for a minimum of 3 years into the future. And if we cannot do that, we must essentially check a box declaring that we do not have a qualified budget. Is that correct? In essence.
That is correct. So there's three types of certifications. Qualified budget would mean that in your out years, it could appear that you have insolvency. A positive budget is that we are submitting a budget with 3 years of fiscal solvency. And then obviously a negative budget is that we cannot meet our financial obligations.
Thank you. And so with the fact that we have a structural deficit and with the fact that we have a parcel tax that is due to expire in the 22-23 school year, if we did nothing right now, would we be able to have a qualified budget when we go to adopt a budget next June?
Right now, we're slated to have a qualified budget. And what that means is we actually have to give the rationale as to how we will solve for our fiscal challenges going forward. So you really want a positive budget. A positive budget says you've met your reserve levels. You could be in a structural deficit. Again, that's the difference between revenue and expenditures, but you can meet your financial obligations. When you're in a qualified budget, we have to turn in a rationale of what levers or what cuts we will make in order to ensure our fiscal solvency. And then we'll be watched by the county at that point. They would come in, they would start making sure that we're doing all the things we need to. We really don't want to turn in a qualified budget. We really need to turn in a positive budget.
Right. If we turn in a qualified budget where we have a plan, if we turn in a qualified budget and we have a plan for the steps we must take, are there the same implications for our credit rating and our ability to be able to meet our operational needs as if we have a positive budget?
So a lot of things happen, and appreciate the question. So there's a lot of things that we would be impacted by. Number one, there is a chance, and I'm not a credit rater. We go to them as a district with Dorothy and myself. We present ourselves. So I cannot speak for how we would be looked at. What I would say is because of the way our end fund balance has gone down and because of not having what would be considered a positive budget, there is always a chance that it may impact our scores, but I don't have enough if that would happen for sure.
Okay, fair enough. Knowing that we need to address for that $8.5 million parcel, which is sunsetting, and knowing that we have the structural deficit, and those things have all been true all along as we've been going through this process for the last, and having all the conversations over the course of several years leading up to this point. Now, in addition to everything else we already knew we had to solve for, we now have some new issues that we're having to solve for related to COVID that are adding in addition to that, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And we're tracking those very closely. And right now, our best estimate for approximately the unmet, the amount that we're not assured that we're receiving any sort of compensatory or relief funding for is approximately an additional.
Sure. So we just got over the $10 million impact of COVID on our budget. We're supposed to receive $6.6 million through learning loss mitigation and other grants. And so we're really chasing internally is that $3.4 million of COVID costs within our budget.
Right. In addition to the $8.5 million and in addition to the structural.
Correct. So where you see that in our multi-year projections, if all the board could reflect back on the multi-year projection and you can picture the end fund balance going down each year, that includes that $8.6 million of that parcel tax, as well as some, not all of the COVID impact, because remember when we had the opportunity to present the 45-day budget, our COVID impact, I believe at that point was not 10 million, it was somewhere in the 8 million range at that point in time. And I could go back and double check that really quickly. So we've added on about 2 million in additional expenditures since then.
Okay. And so that helps to explain why that number has been changing and has been variable as we've moved through this process, even within the course of this last year. That we've often talked about moving targets, and why moving targets are challenging for us is because it changes our financial forecast at the end of the day.
It does. So our financial forecast changes every month, you know, and we highlighted it really at 3 big iterations of the year when you think about first interim, second interim, and then our adopted budget. But it is constantly changing. We constantly are incurring additional costs. I would say that's normally not true during a typical school year. We're pretty fixed on our costs because we try and guard our end fund balance very, very carefully. As I think you would expect that of us as a board. Obviously, we have to maintain our reserve and we have to maintain that end fund balance that we are building our adopted budget around, and we shouldn't be touching that. What I can share with you is we have had to make adjustments in that end fund balance in order to make our obligations met for employees returning to school and everything else related to COVID.
Right. And so we have costs that we are incurring that we don't know that we're going to get any sort of relief or compensatory funding for.
That's correct. So our director, Dorothy, and myself, we did have a opportunity to speak with FEMA. I think we shared that. We're still trying to see if there's any costs that can be recovered through FEMA. So we are working on that. As it appears right now, it does not seem that we're eligible, but that doesn't mean that Dorothy and I won't continue to track it.
Okay. Thank you. And then, so you brought up end fund balance, and I know we don't have a multi-year in front of us, but can you talk about what the difference between an end fund balance and reserves are in a multi-year, and approximately what those are valued at, let's say right now in our budget?
So our end fund balance over time is actually going to be dropping down our 5th year to under $400,000. So when we look at it, and if you bear with me a second here, I'm happy to pull it up to get firm numbers from our 45-day budget. But
that would be great. Thank you.
So our reserve is based on a 3% reserve that's required by the state, and then an additional 3% reserve that's required by the board. That comes to around $10 to $11 million. That is something that we have to budget every single year. So all 5 years or 5 years of the multi-year, but we're required to have that for our 3 years when we submit it to the county for our fiscal solvency, or to demonstrate our fiscal solvency as a district. The revenue versus expenditure, so the revenue that we receive in versus the expenditures that we have as a district, when you complete each fiscal year, the dollars you have remaining in the district represent your end fund balance. So if you would have looked at it last year and the year before, we typically are around somewhere between 32 million to 28 million with a little bit of shift year to year, just because remember, there's about a 4.5% operational increase from one year to the next. So you see that change in the multi-year. Where we started this year and where we're projecting is to be in the $20 million range, and we're seeing that go down to just over 400,000 in those out years. And as I said, I will bring that up right now to give firm numbers to the board here.
And so Jeff, that $20 million number is causing some confusion out in the community, because I think people are interpreting that to mean that is reserve cash on hand. And I think there's confusion there as to what our actual reserves are versus what our end fund balance is, which is built into our structural budget.
It is. So we have restricted dollars too. So not all dollars are the same. So we have unrestricted and restricted dollars. General fund dollars that we receive can go to our staff, they go to the curriculum, they go to pretty much everything that's in our campuses. So anything that you can touch, the people, the resources, the tables and chairs, those are typically your general fund dollars. We then have restricted dollars, and we also have to meet a board reserve. So when we say the end fund balance is $20 million or $18 million, that's inclusive of the reserve that we have. And so
right, so the reserve is a part of that, but as our restricted funds that were mandated to restrict for certain uses, as our cash carryover to carry payroll for the following year.
Absolutely. So an example of a restricted fund would be Prop 20. Those dollars can only go to curriculum that is approved by the state. And so that money, which can be $1 to $3 million that we have per year, obviously we're in a huge adoption cycle that Allison and the entire Ed Services team has been rolling out a much needed adoption cycle. Those dollars can't be used for anything but curriculum. And so when you see that end fund balance, that's inclusive of all the dollars. So when you really think of it, not all those dollars help us in the situation that we are in right now, because we can't pull them out and use them for other things that they're not intended for.
Right, which is, yeah, so challenging and so difficult, and what makes this situation so hard from a budgeting standpoint. So do you want to pull up the multi-year, or I feel like I have my questions answered, so
If I may, we're at 24, just to be specific. I don't like talking in vagueness when we're
I know you don't. You're our numbers guy.
If I may, we're at right now in our adopted budget, which when I say the adopted budget, we really do need to think of it at the 45-day budget, because with the revisions that we had based on the state's plan. So we're at 24,515,000 right now is our end fund balance. That is slated to drop to 23,741,000 next year. Then it goes under 20 million in the year 22-23. After 22-23, remember, that's when our current parcel tax ends, which brings in about 8.67 million to our district. So you see it drop to 11.7 million. And then the following year is when we drop to 399,000. So
right.
that's our slate.
Compound, right? We don't,
I'm sorry.
We miss out on that $8.5 million or $8.6 million in compounding years. So it compounds each year.
Correct. And it can compound up and down. So any decisions, any reductions that we make in this year, it compounds over the 4 years too, which is how you see the budget go up when the board has had to make very difficult decisions around cuts the last few years. That's why our structural deficit went down pre-COVID so much, when we were at only a 2.3 million structural deficit, when we were at one point in time at over 8 million as a district. Obviously, COVID has thrown a tremendous wrench in it. Obviously, the state budget, not having COLA, the cost of living adjustment, all those factors drastically impacted a district like us that's so reliant on the dollars that we receive from the state.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's been very helpful in helping to clarify what's going on there. So then I think maybe back to Stacy. Could you revisit just briefly a little bit around the decisions that we made? Actually, I'm putting you in a little bit of an awkward spot because I think we decided this while Craig was still here, but around the committee being closed and sort of the advice we got around that, and why that decision was made as the best decision for the work that was happening, and then what the mechanisms by which we talked about correcting for that in terms of the very structured communication plan, excuse me, coming out of the committee. Oh, you're muted, Stacy.
Sorry, I'm trying to cut down the background noise. I apologize. The whole composition of the committee, and we did have that conversation last spring about whether it should be open and whether it be closed, and really came from even the recommendation of our outside facilitator as well as our outside consultants. The importance of this work really did need to allow a forum that the CAC could have those conversations and take those risks as far as asking those questions and developing plans and brainstorming, and really not having to feel like they were going to be quoted and something taken out of context that would take away from their work. And so the decision to have it closed was important, but just as valuable and important piece was, how do we continue to communicate out? And so that is why we actually purposely set them up so that we would have a board meeting after every CAC meeting. The minutes from the CAC are published after each meeting. We actually generate the minutes. We send it to the CAC committee as a whole. They get to review the minutes to ensure that we're not missing any pieces or if there's something to add it. And then those are published for the community to see as a whole and continue to be posted onto our website so that people can check back to that. That was really the important piece of it. The timeline is very fast. There's a lot of thinking, a lot of processing that goes between each meeting, and to try to have an outside committee that may be interfering with that work really felt like it would be detrimental. Again, the composition of the committee, they were applied, they screened, they met with an outside consultant, they met with a retired judge, really to make sure that we have a diverse, in-depth committee. Equitability was looked at. So in thinking in all of those terms of it, those were those important pieces. The transparency, of course, is important. That's why we do update every board meeting. We give an opportunity for public comment so that we have those comments. We're hearing from the community. You know, I know that there was probably an expectation from the community to see some sample plans tonight. I will share that. But again, because of the amount of work that they're doing, and they really are being very thoughtful about it and really applying the criteria and looking at across the entire district, we're not ready to share those. And so to honor their work, they will next meeting.
Okay. I want to thank everybody for indulging me in going through that process. I felt, you know, as the one who's been charged with our communications out, that we just received such a volume of confusion around those issues that it was important that we clarify them for the entire community. So I appreciate everybody's patience.
Lori, can I ask one more question?
One clarification that I can say that we just haven't stated tonight is no decisions have been made. And I think we're still receiving a lot of emails that say, you know, why have you determined to close the school? No decisions have been made at this point. This is all part of the process. Decisions will be made after October 22nd when it comes back to the board.
Okay, thank you. And Phyllis, I heard that you have another clarifying question, please.
Just one quick question, and it's back on the slide that is the when the board, the timeline for the board, the October, that one. So I just want to clarify my understanding here. On October 22nd, the CAC is going to bring us, is not going to bring us the names of schools at that time. Is that correct? They're going to bring us.
They might identify particular names of a school, and then they would give the rationale as to why and the criteria that is applied to it, but they'll bring you a variety of names.
Okay, got it. Thank you. That's it, Lori, thanks.
Okay. Anybody else for clarifying questions?
Hold on. Now I'm a little confused. Sorry. So let me use a metaphor here. So are we getting a collection of Lego blocks? Are we getting a pet elephant made of Lego blocks? Or are we getting multiple pet elephants?
That will determine on the work of the CAC as they, right now they're breaking into the 4 groups, and so 4 groups are developing plans independently. They are sharing with the committee as a whole. So our task next week will be looking at the 4 groups and coming together. They may have 4 completely different ideas, concepts that they want to put on the template to share. They may have some very similar ones. So again, their process is kind of dictating what that final product is going to look like. But we do know that it will provide the criteria, the rationale as to why they selected what they did select.
All right, fair enough. Thank you, Stacy.
So then can I ask a follow-up on that? Sorry. Do you anticipate that we're going to have some sort of common structure by which those, if different, right, to your point, we don't know, to Jerry's analogy, we don't know if we're getting Lego blocks, 1 elephant, multiple elephants, but whatever it is, do you anticipate there's going to be a common structure to it, that they're all going to be elephants, or do you think we'll get an elephant and a zebra and a giraffe?
So they will all be elephant. The committee actually asked to have a template that they could insert their information on so that things could look somewhat comparable and a little bit easier to understand. So there is a template that they're putting their information in.
Okay, thank you. That helps with expectations.
Okay, then I think I will also have one.
Oh no, I better stop.
I thought that this was my 3rd question. I asked the same question. I think different versions of it is coming back now, right? So I was asking that whether we would get a choice to pick it up or multiple choice kind of things. Okay, now coming back to, I think since you explained a little bit more about, so they provide some rationale behind that, right? So it's kind of okay, one big elephant you said, and there will be a rationale behind that. But let's say I assume that a situation that I know that we will have multiple deliberations or talk and discussions, and we'll come back with something. But let's say we do not want that rationale or something like that. Let's say, okay, we agree or we talk more, and we think that proposal probably is not a doable. Let's look into that scenario, right? This is quite possible because we are going to have, let's say, as many meetings beyond October 22nd, okay, to make the final decision. So let's say this is not acceptable, quote unquote, for all of us, or we think that there's a flaw in that. Is there a way for us to go back to CAC again? Or are you anticipating more meetings of CAC to come back with the feedback? I understand that 22nd you are trying to close that with them, but let's say it doesn't work. Okay, So somewhere we will have to again navigate, right, to get into a direction on that. So how do we go in a real standstill environment?
I have complete confidence in what CAC brings forward on the 22nd is going to be very thorough and very well laid out, and we'll have that rationale. It would then be the board's decision as to the next step as you start that discussion in November as to what pieces you may need some further clarification on. I think one of the benefits is we are hoping that the CAC members come with us on October 22nd to help present so that you can ask them directly some of those clarifying questions as well. I think that will be really important.
All right, so any other clarifying questions? I am not seeing any. So then I am going to say that, so we had 24 comment cards come in on item 7.2 with the all call for the comment cards. And I know that we've been going for almost 3 hours straight without a break. So I think maybe the order of operations, unless anybody has any different thoughts, is I'll do the bio break and then we'll come back and do clarifying questions and then we'll go around the horn again for any additional comments or thoughts for direction to Stacy, etc. Is that okay with everybody?
You mean we'll come back and do public comments?
I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you for that clarification, Phyllis. So yeah, bio break, public comments, board whip around the horn comments, and any final thoughts Stacy needs from us.
Great.
Work for everybody?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and say that it is 8:54. If you could try to be back by 8:58 or so, that would be great. And we will proceed into public comment at that time. And our superintendent is back with us. So, okay. I am going to go ahead then and unless anybody has anything to flag me for, going to go ahead and open it up to public comment for our item 7.2. So Pam, can I get the first 3 names when you have those available, please?
Yes, we have Mike Partridge, Susan Chan, and Brian Toleno.
Okay, thank you. Mike Partridge, are you with us?
Hello. Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak tonight, and thank you in advance to the board and everyone for taking on this kind of challenging job. I want to begin by saying that I'm a parent of students at both Stevens Creek Elementary and Kennedy. I'm also an Apple employee at the campus near both of these schools, Results Way on Bubb Avenue, directly across from Lincoln School. In the scenario that was proposed as a sample last week, if Stevens Creek were to close, students would potentially be given the opportunity to choose Lincoln as their new campus. This will be one of the most chosen schools, if not all of them choose, because of the proximity to their houses and the middle school that feeds this school. Most, if not all of these children will be forced to drive down Stevens Creek Boulevard at high traffic times and cut down Bubb in order to make it to the campuses, to avoid Kennedy and Monte Vista, which is already a nightmare on McClellan as is. You're now going to add over 100 plus cars, an already packed thoroughfare, and also all of the Apple employees that are trying to get to work all at the same time. Essentially, you are creating a traffic nightmare down Bubb and McClellan. And the kids and all of these families are trying to get to work safely. I urge you to consider this and choose wisely. This has the potential to be a much bigger impact on the city and the kids, and not just a simple boundary change for schools. And I'd also like to add, as the discussion earlier about email addresses and ability to kind of give the CIC more information and make a more accurate decision, if there's any way we can get a direct email address to forward that as opposed to going through the board. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you for joining us tonight, Mike. Susan Chen?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm a parent of Ragnart. School closure proposal came as a huge shock. Just like Jerry said, like a meteor hitting us. Proposed to close 1 to 5 neighborhood schools during a pandemic and right around a major election is the worst thing you can do for the community. Our community is already stressed for health safety, our kids adapting to distant learning, parents losing their job, juggling work and homeschooling, and now we're worrying our children being kicked out from their school. Really? Closing a neighborhood school is a big deal, and it significantly and negatively impacts community. It deserves multiple public hearings to allow community feedback, not just a bullet point buried in a board meeting agenda. The board gets to make the decision. What about the voice from the true stakeholders, our children? Do you know they don't want to be split up and shuffled around? Stacy mentioned about leasing closed school sites to generate revenue. Sounds to me like trading off our kids for green, and you're not thinking for their best interest. Having this deep of deficit sounds like a chronic mismanagement of budget. It's hard to believe that school closure is the only option at this point. Has there been lobbying effort at the state level for additional funding, or asking corporate or alumni donation? What about the upcoming Prop 15 that would increase funding source for public school from commercial property tax? I also like to call out that the CAC members we spoke to said they were angry and frustrated with the task to propose how many and which school to close. Also, they were told not to talk to public. It seems like the board has already decided to close school before CAC started, and maybe that's why there hasn't been any public hearing. Lastly, Montclair or Blue Hill are not on the listing of any scenarios, even though they have similar low enrollment as the proposed school. It's important for the community to understand why they were excluded when there are less than 5% Cupertino residents attending. It's not fair. Please consider.
Thank you for being with us tonight, Susan. Next, we have Brian Tolino.
Good evening again. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I don't envy the task of the CAC and the board with these hard decisions. So you answered a lot of the questions I sent in an email yesterday, and I appreciate that. I do want to bring a couple of other points. On a slide today, you had a bunch of numbered options, which indicates the CAC have choices. Yet all the other slides that had charges listed that they return a list of suggested schools with criteria to close. Now, when I was at a meeting at Kennedy last year at a listening session, we were told that the CAC would look at all options, and school closure was just a possible, but not a defined option at that time. Apparently that has changed. I don't know when, don't know how, but it has. Now it seems guaranteed. Now, what about other options to consider? Selling sites that aren't leased, tapping the general fund. You now have, and by the way, the number of emails that you say you're getting and the people attending this call indicate you now have a set of engaged parents. How are you going to use them to bridge that gap? Are there new ballot measures we can use? Is there fundraising, corporate giving, etc.? Those are things we should consider now you have us to work together on a solution. The CUSD or CUD 25, what was that all about? I was never clear on that. Now we have a group of people, let's have something, let's unite together and come up with a plan to get money for the schools. And as far as our sending our emails to the CAC, please do. Don't paraphrase them. Don't put words in our mouth. Send them the raw text. Strip the emails or not. Personally, I don't care. Others maybe do. Fine. Strip the emails out. Give them the undiluted text. Let them read what the parents are saying. Let them understand our concerns and how we're willing to help. And if we can file a qualified budget in June, well, let's do that and use that time to utilize the resources we have, the ideas we're generating, beyond what the CAC can do with the parents that you now have engaged to help solve this problem for all the schools and all of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Can I get 3 more names, please, Pam?
Sure. Rachel Dazonia, Sonali Padgankar, and Priyanka Srivastava.
Okay, Rachel.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. Thank you to the board and CUSD for allowing me to speak. My name is Rachel Dazonia, and I'm a teacher at Faria. I'm aware that the philosophy of Faria and the alternative program is not at stake in phase 2 of the CUSD board proposal. However, the location of Faria is at stake. In the phase 2 sample, it suggests moving Faria to the location where Stevens Creek Elementary is located. I would like to speak out about how the rationale is not valid for this movement. One of the reasons stated by the proposal is to move Faria to the Stevens Creek location because it's more easily accessible. Faria is an alternative program that allows students from all over the district to attend. When looking at the location of Stevens Creek on the district map, it's located on the western side of the district, therefore not accessible nor centralized for an alternative program. We need Faria to stay at its campus where it is now because it's a central location for all families to access. Also, Stevens Creek Elementary has a one-way road near the school going down a hill that can cause a lot of traffic. With around 700 families coming from Faria, I can't even fathom how much worse traffic can get. The second reason to avoid moving Faria is the amount of students we have at Faria. We have 696 students, and Stevens Creek does not have the capacity to maintain that large population. The third reason is where the rationale says the schools will decline. Faria has a wait list of hundreds of students wanting to attend. Our enrollment will not be declining, and teachers always have that maximum numbers of students in their classrooms. The fourth reason is that this move would displace over 30 employees to a new campus when it's a possibility of leasing. Why move a complete staffing campus when there's no guarantee? The fifth reason is that Faria's fee just
did it.
Our kindergarten shade structure using their money. This would be a waste of our school funds if we were to move locations in a couple of years. With these critical points, I would discourage the plans to move the location of Faria. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. So next I have Sonali, and I see a raised hand. Thank you. Sonali, you should be able to unmute yourself. I see you.
I think we just lost her.
Okay.
Oh,
Hi,
there she
can you
is.
hear me?
Hi, Sonali, we heard you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So CUSD member and my fellow community members, actually 2 minutes is not enough time for me. I have my two kids through, my two kids have gone through Regnart, and I've been in the Regnart community for last 8 years. I've done lot of different things for Regnart, and I love the community. And it is my serious concern that there is no fairness involved in this whole CAC business. Because I was interviewed for CAC, and when I was interviewed, I was asked the question, "What are my thoughts on leasing?" And I was not actually selected. Where actually I'm a block leader and a good community member, and so apart from that, closing schools will have actually different effects on our community. Like as everybody spoke, like Susan said, there will be stress and harm and disruption for so many students, and then it will create a traffic nightmare, and also impact our award-winning teachers. And I would like to think about the scenario for Kennedy K through 8. My daughter had been through Kennedy, and she said there is no space for so many kids. There are already portables in Kennedy. There are long lines for lunch and snacks, and they will not be fitted in Kennedy campus. So I'm not at all sure like how these ideas have come up. And I personally think whatever Jeff and Laurie just talked about, I being an engineer, I did not understand and grasp the whole numbers equation so properly. I don't know how CSE members can actually come up to a conclusion in 5 meetings. It's a very complicated situation, and it's a very complicated subject. They have to consider a lot of factors, and I'm not sure how they can just come up with.
Thank you, Sonali. We appreciate your input. Please feel free to send the rest of your comment to board@cusdk8.org. Next, I have Priyanka Srivastava.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, Priyanka. Thank you.
Yeah, so as a Regnart parent, I just want to echo our community's feeling. I want to ask board, why are they choosing to close 4 or 5 schools in this time of pandemic? 2 board members are up for election. Board has an interim supervisor. Why can't they wait for decision being made after election? Board should focus on alternative means to raise funds. adopting maybe Berkeley School or splitting this huge school district or raise more money from parents. I don't think at this time of pandemic, using reserve fund is a bad idea. And I want to emphasize that our kids are not guinea pigs, as forced a rushed decision into overcrowded classrooms and school, because this pandemic and social distancing may stay for a couple of years. Why putting our kids' life, health, and education at stake, at risk? If school closing is the only option, then close Blue Hills and Montclair, which always has lower enrollment in comparison to Regnar. And we don't see not these two schools not even mentioned in any sample scenario. They constitute less than 3 or 5% of student population. And a CSE member told us that these schools were exempted by board. So I think Saratoga, Blue Hill would fetch you more rent than Regnar. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanka. Pam, can I get 3 more names, please?
We have Manu, Kelly Crosby, and Varsha Joshi.
Okay, Manu, are you with us? Can you raise your hand? Actually, all 3 of the names that were called, Manu, Kelly Crosby, Varsha, if you're able to raise your hands to help us find you. Sorry, Mani Ramaswamy?
No, it was actually Manu, no last name.
No last name. Okay. Maybe I'll go to Kelly Crosby until we can figure out if we know where Manu is. So I'll call Kelly. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Okay. Hi, Lori, to the school board and to the CUSD executive team, thank you so much for your time tonight. I am coming to you, speaking to you as the president of the Regnart Elementary PTA. I have spent countless hours recently listening to and processing the anger, concerns, and anxieties of my parent community. When I was elected to the president of the PTA board, I took my role as seriously as all of you take yours. I worked tirelessly to advocate for my school, as I am sure many of you have done over the years. As a PTA, we do amazing things. We never say no to parent requests, or for that matter, district requests. We say, let's figure out how we can do that. At Regnart, we've faced numerous setbacks over the past few years, and yet our community is always strong and our resilience remains. We were one of the first to champion CUSD United on our books and one of the biggest supporters of CUSD 25 because we believe in the collective power of community. I hope that tonight you hear a small piece of that, because schools are not just buildings. They're small ecosystems where children safely learn, grow, and thrive. Closing them, especially in the middle of an already anxiety-inducing pandemic, is irresponsible. I urge you, and my community urges you, to pull all other levers instead of using this nuclear option. Thank you so much for having me tonight.
Thank you, Kelly. So then I don't see Manu in our raised hands, so I'm going to go to Varsha Joshi. Varsha, you should be unmuted, so there you go.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Hello, esteemed board members and members of all the CUSD staff that are really working tirelessly on this. I am also a CUSD teacher, and I am also a teacher that is from Faria. I was just surprised that we have 2 members from Faria talking about something and didn't know about it. But here is what I would like to say, that I have lived in this community for 25 plus years, and I am aware of the changing nature of what happens at our community. But to you, I would like to read a statement that I have prepared. I read the proposed move of the Faria program to the Stevens Creek site and would like to voice my concerns. Faria is not a program that is experiencing declining enrollment, so I question the reason for this move. It has been cited that the property of Faria is commercially viable. Frankly, any property in the Cupertino School District area can be considered a commercially viable property. But let me give you some points for your consideration. To displace and establish an thriving school community simply because it's an alternative school does not make sense, as it is also the school that has a waiting list. There have been improvements made on this site that suit the need of the school and its philosophy. Who will consider the reinvestment that the parent community have made to the new site for us? Faria has been in the neighborhood for more than 20 years. So the impact on the properties around it has been established and accounted for in the property prices. Moving into a neighborhood site without checking with the neighbors that live there is an uphill battle for an incoming school, something Faria does not need to add to its challenges. Furthermore, the current site works well for all its families as they travel to Faria and it's centrally located. Why are communities not surveyed before this was put in on the plan? A proper, well-thought plan is needed. Just putting a power of suggestion and cause of anxiety to a community of teachers, support staff, and families of about 700 students.
Thank you, Varsha. Please feel free to send the rest of your comments to board@cusdk8.com. Sorry, excuse me, .org. All right. And I don't see Manu, so Pam, if I could get 3 more names when you get a chance, please.
Raman Sen, Ellen Suzu, Alexandra Rodriguez.
Okay, Raman, are you with us? And actually all 3 names, Raman, Ellen, and Alexandra, if you could go ahead and raise your hands, please.
I'm on. This is Raman.
Great, thanks for joining us.
Hey, good evening, everyone. And I'm a parent of a grade 4 student in Regnard, a great school with wonderful teachers and fantastic principal in Mr. Jackson. With everything that is happening around us, COVID-19, bad air quality in California and Cupertino, racial injustice around us, our kids are already very, very stressed. They cannot go out and play with their friends. They cannot breathe the clean air. They cannot go to the school and hug their teachers. And many are dealing with economic uncertainties due to their parents losing their jobs. Do we absolutely need to add yet another stress in their lives, in their young lives, by sending to a new school, a new environment, and in many cases, far away from their homes? I would absolutely urge all of you to relook at the decisions of closing schools. I understand there are budget deficits, but as responsible educators, parents, and responsible citizens, we can come together and find alternatives to bridge these deficits. I absolutely urge each one of us to think and come up with alternatives. Together, I'm sure we can do this and not create stress for young kids and future citizens of this country. Jerry and Laurie, you both spoke about taking decisions driven by science. I strongly urge you to look at the impact of stress on kids using the medical science lens and not only through the economic lens. And as Satish said, please don't rush it. And I will end by quoting Martin Luther King. He said, education which ends with efficiency may prove the greatest menace to the society. And here we are doing just that. We are looking for efficiency of cost. Instead, let's focus on building a great society. As board members, please don't fail the kids. Thanks for listening to me. Please save the schools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Raman. Next, we had Ellen, and I'm not seeing a hand for Ellen, so I believe Alexandra.
No, she's there.
Oh,
Hi,
Ellen.
can you hear me?
Ah, thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Ellen Suzwa. 10 years ago, my oldest daughter started kindergarten. At that time, it was totally different. The demographics were going up. She was overflowed to another school. It was a big mess. She eventually did wind up at Stockelmeyer, where she was supposed to be. At the time, there didn't seem to be enough money to fix the problem. And there was lots of talk of what do we do? Do we open another school? Well, there aren't many properties left to really open another school. So that never, and money, and because of money, that never really went anywhere. Anyway, here we are 10 years later, and now the story's completely different. Now, I understand you need to do what you have to do. My youngest daughter is in 8th grade. So to be honest, this isn't really going to impact my kids. However, I'm hoping that at least this group doesn't make a short-sighted decision and sell properties that you might need in 10 or 20 years when things completely flip again. So please think about that when you make these decisions. Again, my kids are done, so it's not a big issue for me, but my husband and I plan to live here for pretty much the rest of our lives. And we understand that a good neighborhood means that you have to have good schools. So again, I understand the tough choices that you have to make, but please don't do something that will make us all regret it in 10 or 20 years and sell properties when you could rent them out, because once those properties disappear, they never come back. So thank you.
Thank you for that input, Ellen. Next, I have Alexandra, and I believe the last name was Rodriguez, so I'm going to assume that's the hand that's raised.
Hello, my name
welcome.
hi, thanks. My name is Alejandra Rodriguez. Yes, that's my husband's name. So I just wanted to let you know that I wrote an email and I did get 2 replies back. I haven't gotten every board member's reply, but I feel that when you talked about the reserve, I think you should definitely use it. I mean, it's there. I don't know if there's a cap, the 10 million. I mean, I know that it's 10 million. Use your reserve for COVID right now. And it's reckless to close 5 schools. I mean, why don't you choose a school that is maybe has higher enrollment and then separate those students, and that might cost a little bit more to rent. I don't know why there's only the 5 schools that were chosen. Blue Hills should definitely be one of them because they have a low enrollment and they're in the southern area of Cupertino, a little further down. And I feel that should definitely be something that the board thinks about. And I would love it if we can access the CAC. So they need to be made public because we need to talk to them as well. They need to hear us. We need to know what they're planning, and the groups that are set up. There's 3 groups. So there were 3 groups, I think, in the previous meeting. And one of them asked you a question, like they're like, so is that the one that's on the list that's going to be cut off? How could a person from the CAC not know that? They should be well informed and know what's going to be cut off and who's telling them what's going to be cut off. I mean, what list is this? Are you feeding them a list of the schools that are going to be cut off? I would like to know if that's the case. And so please make them public. That's all I wanted to say. I've already sent my email, so I would like a better thorough reply on the emails as well, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alejandra. Okay, so then Pam, I think I'm where I need 3 more names, please.
Manny Ramaswamy, Cindy Klaj, and Paratosh Gupta.
Okay, I have Mani Ramaswamy, and I see a hand. Thank you.
Hi, evening. Can everyone hear me?
I can. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. This is my first time on a board meeting, and I really didn't know it will last this long. But I think this is worth it. This is worth the cost. I'm just going to enumerate my points. I think when Measure O was put forth earlier this year, it was not very well represented in terms of the immediate consequences of it not passing. I'm personally one such example. I strongly believe that, put to vote again, the measure will pass, right? Like Brian said earlier, I think you have a very invested community now, and we'll, pull all stops to make sure we preserve status quo. So I'd like to see a conversation started around this as we look at, other options to avert the situation. We're in the midst of a crisis, so it's imprudent to railroad such decisions. I think I've heard other people say that. But I think we need to pause, and the board needs to resort to emergent action to postpone the decision for the near term, right? So I've only been involved in this for a couple of days, and I've already heard a lot of creative ideas come up, and I think all of them need to be explored, and I'm sure clear options will rise. And if in the interim we need to present a qualified budget, so be it, right? Declining enrollment can be temporary, but closure will be permanent, right? And I think there needs to be greater engagement between the trifecta of the board, the CAC, and the community in the process. The working rationale needs to be transparent, and the public voice needs to be heard. One final thing is that I'd like to make sure that some of the clarifying comments made by Lori, in terms of criteria versus guidelines, is communicated well to the CAC, right? So that's my final comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mani. Next, we have Cindy Clay.
Hi, good evening, everyone. First of all, I wanted to thank the members of the CIC committee. You don't have an easy task, and I wish you all the best. I wanted to give a +1 for one of the additional criteria shared today, the voter support of potential future ballot measures. One way we can support this is to keep a school in each city that CUSD represents. I'm the Montclair PTO president, and during the Measure O campaign, I approached all my friends. I asked them for donations for the marketing for the measure. I attended the phone bank. I walked the neighborhoods to distribute flyers. I'm not a citizen in the US, so this is what I can do to support the school and the district. But it didn't pass, and I think if we close schools in a city like Los Altos, we will lose a lot of votes on the future measures. I also wanted to actually educate the public. I heard the name Montclair should be closed a couple of times tonight. Yes, we are a smaller school, but we are a very stable school. We have had stable 3 kindergarten classes for the last couple of years. We're also a school that has the choice that we have a lot of families actually coming from other neighborhoods who really choose to come to Montclair. So I really strongly feel that with the voters in our community and with the school of choice, we can contribute a lot to the district. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cindy. And then I think the next one was, I'm sorry if I'm going to get the name wrong, Parataj? Or Pam, maybe you could repeat the name for me correctly?
Yeah, it's Paratosh Gupta. If you could
Paratosh.
raise your hand.
Ah, I see.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
You can, welcome, thank you.
Hey, hello. First of all, thank you for giving me a chance to talk. So, yeah, I think I would like to chime in a few other, what other people have said as well, that along with all the criteria being shown here, like, I think I brought this up before again, that can we again look into, stress on the need to look into like bringing up another measure, like the measure that was defeated, that ultimately lost, but if you look at it, like it lost by 6% because we were short by the supermajority. And if you look at it, that almost comes down to like something like 2,600 votes. So amongst all the CSU district, we lost by 2,600 votes, and that's why we are now sitting here and thinking of chopping like five or six schools. So and so that's why I think, can we, like, I think now the public is way more aware, and it's not anymore a hypothetical scenario. This is getting real. So I think people will be way more engaged than what it was back in March. And I think there also was like 51% of people voted. So like really voting was also down, and plus we lost by just 6% votes. So I think we should really look into bringing up a measure before deciding that, okay, these 5 or 6 schools are going to be shut down. The next thing I wanted to bring up was that so this is a COVID year, and so there's anyways so much stress. So can we please look into like how can this decision be, like, further, like, do we need to take this decision now, or is this, like, I think you guys brought up, like, you need to be solvent for 3 more years to maintain that. So can City Council help CUSD board for 1 or 2 years before we so that we can still show our solve?
Okay, thank you, Paratosh, and we're happy to read your additional thoughts, board, at cusdk8.org. And then Pam, I believe I need 3 more names from you, please.
Madhu Padi, Asuka Ishihara, and Megan Hawkins.
Okay, Madhu, are you with us? Actually, all 3 names, if you could raise your hands. I think it was Madhu, Asuku, and Megan. I don't see
I don't
Madhu.
see Madhu, yeah.
It was our next. So why don't we go ahead and take Asuka Ishihara, and then we can circle back to Madhu if they're able to raise their hand. All right.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can. Welcome.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Oh, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Lori, and thank you to the board for giving me opportunity to voice my opinions. I was very relieved to hear the board's plans for phase 2, how the emphasis will be put on reaching out to the students who need the extra support from multiple angles. However, this information also did give me reason to question your criteria for considering schools to be closed. Equity for socio-economical perspectives was actually on the list, but I'd like to take this opportunity to comment that there are some schools which cannot and should not be considered for closure on an equal basis, and those are the 2 Title I schools that we have in the district. Title I schools offer resources and extra support to students who are at risk of falling behind in education and need that little bit of extra help in their academics. For this support to be effective and successful, we not only need amazing expertise from our Title I teachers, but also the teamwork between teachers and all of the staff, as well as the understanding of fellow students and the cooperation of the whole school community. So I know that Lori already addressed to Stacy how equitability was going to be on those bases too, but I'd like to reach out to all the parents and really think about how this will impact the whole of the district's community and education levels. And I really want to stress the point that Title I schools should not be shut down because they have teamwork. They have something within their community that is unbreakable and that cannot be transferred. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Asu. And then next, I think I see Megan Hawkins.
Hi, I'm Megan. I want to thank the school board for all the time and effort put into this. I am a parent and co-president of the Home and School Club at DeVargas School. And I wanted to also question why the CAC mandate changed so suddenly from finding ways to save money to choosing schools to close. I feel that the sample charts that were shown unfairly point at schools and don't give good rationale for why the CAC is choosing them, don't exhibit a balanced comparison of all those schools. I feel like that it was a little bit ill-advised and unfair to show these samples with these few reasons on there without really showing a balanced view of all the schools. I want to really emphasize that the equity and the needs of the students in the lower socioeconomic status should be of utmost importance to the CAC and the board. And I agree with what Jerry was saying earlier about making sure that the CAC and the board distinguishes between what are needed from the CAC and what is wanted or desired to look at. I hope that during these times of great change that the district will place value on minimizing impact on vulnerable student populations and look at other ways to save funds rather than closing several schools at once at the beginning of the school year as has been described. I also feel that waiting to move the district office until the second stage and closing schools in the first phase is.
Thank you, Megan. Please feel free to finish your comments at our board at CUSDK8.org web address, email address, excuse me, sorry. Tangling my own words here. Okay, and I don't think we saw Madhu Padi show back up. Is that right, Pam?
That is correct. If you are here, you can raise your hand now.
Okay, why don't I take 3 more names?
Okay, we have Bharati, Mahesh Kandla, and Nirupuma Chiplankandar. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that.
Okay, thank you. And I see looks like Marapathy might be our, oh, sorry, no, I have the wrong name. Bharathi. I don't see that one. So I do see an M, which I'm going to assume is Mahesh. So why don't we go ahead and do Mahesh, and then we can circle back to Bharathi if they're able to raise their hands. Mahesh, you should be unmuted.
Yeah, can you hear me?
You can. Welcome.
Okay. Hi, thanks for allowing me to provide my comments. It's about board's transparency and communication to the community, as well as closing the schools. At first, community is shocked to learn that CSE is advised by the board to focus only on closing the schools. I don't understand why. We all have been talking in the board meetings on enrollment and budget issues and exploring different options. Community members have provided several ways that could possibly address these issues, at least partially. With this, we were under the impression that CSE is formed to explore and propose different options and then recommend the board with potential solutions. But it turned out to be totally different, that CSE's charge is to focus only on closing the schools. We have been requesting the board to be very transparent, but we don't see that happening. We feel that all our comments and questions were not taken seriously because we don't receive any replies. We feel it is only one way. Can the board reply to all the questions and concerns in the board meeting brief document so that communication can be two-way? And I don't understand why board did not communicate to the community saying that, okay, we explored all the options and the only option is closing the schools. We never received that communication. Without that communication, how can board decide the charge on CSE that closing schools is the only option? And other one is, why is the board rushing to make decisions on closing the schools during middle of the pandemic where everybody is stressed out? Closing schools, next academic year during the pandemic puts tremendous pressure on everybody. So please look into the other options, but don't close the schools in the next academic year, because students will be stressed out, everybody will be stressed out. And
Okay, thank you, Mahesh. Happy to hear the rest of your comment at board@cusdk8.org if you'd like to send that to us in email. And then Niropama, I see a hand raised.
Yes. Can you hear me?
It's very pixelated.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Oh, much better. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, I'm a concerned Regnant parent. During these trying times, please do not tear apart our community by closing schools. Kids are already going through anxiety due to sudden change in their life due to COVID. Parents are trying really hard to provide stability to them. Please be fair and transparent during this process. I have heard that certain schools are off the table to be considered for the closure due to quote unquote unknown reasons. Also, as you presented, CSE was mandated to provide which schools to close. What happened to other alternatives? I do not think that we have exhausted all other possible constructive options. Let us engage the community and come up with smarter choices than closing schools. Please, please do not close schools. Also, regarding the privacy discussion we had earlier on emails, I think we wanted to be very transparent. We are okay in forwarding our emails as is to CSE. Let them get our opinion, our feedback. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Nirupama. And then I don't see, let's see, Bharati, Madhu, and Manu were the 3 that came up earlier. So if you are here, please raise your hands, but otherwise I'm going to go ahead and ask Pam for 3 more names.
Okay, we have Zin Lee, Andrea Whalen, and Christy Harrison will be the last one if the others don't.
Okay, so I see a last name Lee, so I'm going to assume that might be our Zin Lee. If oh, I see 2 last names with Lee. So okay. So let's go to Zin Lee, please. Zin, you should be able to unmute yourself.
I see. Can you hear me now? I'm
Yes,
Cindy.
thank you. Welcome.
Okay, good evening. It's great that you can still hear my comment. And I'm a parent of 2 students at Regnard. So we bought the house 8 years ago, and our kids, 3rd grade and 1st grade, they just love Regnard so much. It's great to hear they talk about what they did at school, how much they love their classmates and their teachers. One thing I feel really emotional is that during the pandemic, that we already, as working parents, we already struggled to supervise our kids' study. But when I talk to the teachers, they actually worry about their future at Regnard. So I don't think it's fair to make the decision during the pandemic. Then that will affect the teachers' morale, that will affect the kids' health. So I think other things I want to talk is that I heard that there are some friends that they actually not homeschool is not Ragnar, but they still go to Ragnar to study because Ragnar is one of the top Cupertino schools. One friend that their kids went to Ragnar last year from another school district, then they just bought a house a few months ago. So that would be a bad news for them to close the school. It's not fair to them. For me, the funding, I know it's very tricky, but as parents bought expensive house here, we pay high property tax. And like Saratoga or Palato schools, they have a lot of funding. I don't understand why expensive areas have to close schools due to the enrollment. So I hope the school board can find other areas to collect, let's say, donation from parents or other things to get funding, not close school. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Zin. And then I did see Manu from very early in our call of names was able to come back and raise the hand. So let's go to Manu next. Manu, you should be unmuted.
Hi, so I'm a Stephen Creek parent. I just wanted to mention that I was at another school, another Cupertino school, but it was not walking distance for us. We did this exercise 2 years back. We wanted a school where our kids could walk to school. So 2 years ago, we spent a lot of money. I know a lot of other parents do, and we bought our house, which is 2 minutes distance from Stephen Creek. And my daughter loves walking to school. When we first heard that Stephen Creek is one of the school in the sample list, it was very overwhelming. It is very stressful. The current situation is so bad, and it came up, and it was very overwhelming. So my questions and concerns are here. Are my questions and concerns. Even though it was a sample, I know that is what was kept on repeating, that it is just a sample. Why was our school picked up? If the criteria was low enrollment, there is Blue Hills, there is Dillswood, there are other school, Montclair. Why was our school even put in the sample? It brings a lot of anxiety, which if it was just a sample, it shouldn't have, like, they could have put school A, B, and C. Putting a school and a name there, it made it very, very real for us. And it was not justified if it was just a sample. Second thing, why is redistricting not being considered? Like, there are schools which are not in Cupertino boundaries. Why is USD not looking at redistricting? Like Blue Hills, Montclair, They're stuck in my. And then the same question, like if there was a criteria in which was a student enrollment, then why other schools did not show up on the sample list, and Stephen Creek, which doesn't have that low student enrollment, was on the list. It was very anxious times.
Thank you, Manu. We appreciate your comments. Please feel free to finish them by emailing them to us at board@cusdk8.org. So then next, I believe we had an Andrea, so I'm going to assume that's Drea probably. Pam? Okay, Drea, you should be
Yes,
unmuted.
that is me. I'm Andrea Whelan. I hope you could hear me now.
Yes.
Thank you. Dear board members and Citizen Advisory Committee, I want to first of all say thank you for your hard work. I do also want to thank you for taking my question. I am a parent at Vargas Elementary, and I've been there for a number of years, seeing my last daughter going through soon. And of course, I was extremely alarmed when I saw scenario 1 presented, that DeVargas Elementary was a school for potential closure. DeVargas has been a pilot school for many of the district's new programs, such as STEM and PBL, and Makerspace. DeVargas has met your challenges successfully, and yet we see our school addressed with disregard when identified as a school with a high level of OEs. I asked the committee if they took into consideration that DeVargas' successful TK program feeds many schools in the district, and naturally many schools, many students would request OEs to their own neighborhood schools. So please advise the community how it is that you came to make this statement. We would like to go ahead and emphasize how important DeVargas Elementary is to our schools and our local communities. My husband went there, my children go there, and I really would want to see some better options for having money come forth rather than simply close schools and destroy neighborhoods and communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Drea. Okay, and then last hand that I believe we have a card for is Christy Harrison. And after we take Christy's comment, I believe we have called everyone that we had a card submitted for. So anyone else who wants to comment on this item, please feel free to direct your comments to board@cusdk8.org. And with that, welcome, Christy.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Thank you for listening to the feedback from the community through the board office hours and public comments. By the way, I'm a better writer than a speaker, so I'm nervous. I will do my best. For listening to the feedback through the board office hours and public comments, as well as email. This is really painful for everyone. It's particularly painful to hear people just becoming aware of these problems and throwing other schools under the bus. I saw the additional criteria presented for CAC's consideration, and I believe 2 criteria that our community values are missing or unclear in the list. First, CUSD should allow each city in its catchment at least one neighborhood school. Having facilities in each CUSD city proportional to our enrollment is both equitable and helps us advocate for services in our city, such as safe routes to school, and turn out voters for critical funds through bond measures which require a supermajority. I can't imagine our neighbors and community members would engage with these issues if there was no neighborhood school in their city. This helps everyone in the district. Second, site appeal should be considered. What that means to me is a reflection of how many neighborhood kids choose not to apply for a lottery school in the district and how many children open enroll into a site. This is a metric that can and should be evaluated and shared with the CAC and the community. Open enrollment in our district is somewhat mysterious and could be more transparent. Site appeal contributes to enrollment stability and keeps kids in CUSD. This also helps everyone. I appreciate your very difficult decision. I have been attending meetings about our budget problems for 2 to 3 years. Our deficit is not new. And of course, I wish we were not in this situation, but the tech companies are not coming to save us. Thank you for considering or clarifying these additional criteria.
Thank you, Christy. Okay, so I believe unless, I believe we've called everyone who we had a card for by the time we made our all call for comment cards. So please, by all means, if you still have something you'd like to contribute on 7.2, go ahead and email it to board@cusdk8.org. Okay, so with that, we'll close public comment on this item. And I guess next we would go to any further clarifying questions. Anybody have any further clarifying questions they need to ask? Jerry, go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you, Lori. I wanted to follow up. A number of speakers brought up the role of the CAC, and I wanted to, Stacy, reflect my understanding of what their role is and see if this is your, hopefully it's your understanding, is that, we started talking about, it's been a while since we talked about it. And I remember there was a February meeting when we, I think I actually missed that one, but the four of you were here where I think we sort of nailed down the role. And then that sort of, and I think what it talked about was the emphasis was on using facilities to generate revenue through cost reductions and leases and that sort of thing. And I think my understanding is we've carried that. We've changed the wording, but I think that's been the intent. That's what we gave the CAC. And then there was a clarification after the first meeting that, that does the board mean for us to close schools? Because I think that the feedback I understood is that that should be our responsibility. And I think what we had talked about was we would clarify the role to say that, yes, it's a board's responsibility, but the CAC is to consider revenue generation from facility repurposing. And I remember Sylvia brought up that term both in some committee and that, and I think that's in there. So my understanding of the CAC is that, yes, we've asked them to look at school closure, but that's not the only thing they're doing. Is that accurate, or am I like miscalibrated?
No, you're correct completely. So the charge hasn't changed. It really did come back to the board based on the CAC's request to get further clarification. Mm-hmm. And that's when we really did dive into it. And we did call out closing of schools with the clarification, but we also called out the repurposing of facilities and that long-term stability fiscally. So it was all a clarification of it. It wasn't a change in the charge from last spring when it was created originally when CAC was formed.
Okay, great. I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks. That's the only clarifying question I have, Lori. Thanks.
So can I clarify? Can I ask a clarifying question of your clarifying question, Jer? So maybe revisit for me what you think the difference is, because when I hear that, like, I what comes to my mind, and you tell me if this is what comes into your mind, is sure. We've said we have the total pot of here's our structural deficit, and then we know we have the declining enrollment piece, but in terms of how big we have to go, we know we've got the total structural deficit we have to address. And what we all talked about was we know some portion of that is going to come from board levers and some portion of that is going to come from facilities.
Yes.
And that whatever we do to one side has to balance out on the other side to still get us to that total structural deficit, right? So yes. When we talk about the facilities piece, right. And now put a number around that I know you and I were kind of on ends of that because of where we see the relative sure. Scale balancing out in terms of the conversation that has to come next, which is right. All of the board levers, that with the facilities piece, closing, do you see a way that you could get to I'll take the average between us, which was, $5-ish million. Do you see a way to get to that doesn't involve closing schools, that you could only somehow repurpose facilities and still get to that?
I think I don't actually want to get into the I had intended to talk about this on October 22nd, but I think closing facilities is a way, but I think I'll just go ahead since you brought this up. I'm intrigued by the notion that many have talked about in the community about a parcel tax and whether or not we might be able to do something in the spring. We have to talk about the timing. It's a detail that I was hoping to talk about after.
Fair enough.
After we get all the information. Otherwise, I feel like we ask people to go do recommendations, and while they're working on that, we're off working deliberating, that doesn't seem fair to them. So I think it's an option. It's certainly probably a likely option, but I don't know. I mean, I think we're trying to land the money, but that's why we're having the CAC. I don't know what's going to come back, right? There are leases, there's a lot of other stuff. So I prefer to have that conversation on the 22nd, but if there's interest, we could do it now too. Yeah. Does that answer your question, Lori?
Well, I mean, I guess where I'm struggling is I feel like we've had several conversations that we've talked around the issue of school closures, and I felt like we finally got to the conversation where we were asked to be more specific, to clarify the charge.
Right.
And I think what's come up is that there's this notion that some board members are for and some board members are against school closures. And to that point, I think what we've all said is school closures is a part of a total assessment of getting to
yes
that dollar value and working to balance our enrollment and deal with our declining enrollment
yes
across our district, right?
Yes. That is part of the I guess I look at it as an algebraic equation, right? You have ax plus b. I'm sorry, this is how I see the world, right? So we have different variables. X could be school closures, Y could be leases, Z could be, I don't know, taxes and donations and all that, right? And so I do believe it is part of the equation. The question for me and what I'm looking to see from the CAC is what coefficients we put in front of these. I don't want to charge the CAC with something with preloaded answers. It's very hard. I'll tell you, I've gotten a lot of emails about let's do donations. You know, what we're talking about here are in the millions, right? And then if you look at, you know, Craig's tireless effort on CUSD 25, and he visited 25 schools, and the man just talked his heart out, what a magnitude off, right? And so some of these things I consider less viable. Other things I think could be, but I guess I want to honor the we've asked people to go do the work. I prefer for them to do the work before we deliberate on this.
Right. No,
I would like to interject just to clarify a little bit to keep us on the track here is really remembering what the task is. And so these conversations that you're having now really are the conversations that are going to be generated after the CAC does their presentation, because it is completely then up to you as the board where you go with that information. You could look at the considerations and say, I like this one, and you know, this meets all the criteria, we're moving forward. That really is the work of the board, and I really would like to see that honored, because they have invested so much time in that. And it does lead into, I know there's been some comments and questions earlier on about the emails that I know that as a board and myself were receiving from the community. And just that reminder that the role of the CAC is really to develop this plan based on criteria. So seeing the emails from parents and the community that are sharing their thoughts, their desires, their input really doesn't affect what the CAC is working on. They are working on a criteria. The input from the community on those emails is so important to you as the board members, as you guys are going to make those deliberations after the CAC does their work. So I do ask that, have that ask for you, that the CAC is extremely busy, and to really expect them to go through hundreds of emails that really shouldn't affect what they're working on as far as the criteria, that we continue to receive those emails, we continue to respond to those, gather that information, because it is so very important, and we do need to keep that in consideration as we continue our deliberations. So just to kind of separate out what the real task is right now and make sure we're staying focused on that.
I guess the reason I raise it is because I feel like there is a level of confusion out there about where we're at in that. And I think Stacey, you just did a really good job of capturing the criteria piece. But I guess I reflect back on what Jerry asked in his original clarifying question, which is where it goes back to what was originally in there. And when we were having the conversation about in February, and everybody was talking around the word school closures and referring to it as facilities, or referring to it as repurposing, or referring to it as there were other words, but I think that's part of what landed us here, is that there wasn't clarity then on what we really meant by that. And so I want us to be, I'm worried that we're not being fair to our community by not calling a spade here, to a certain extent, in saying that, and if I'm the only one that feels that way, that's okay. Like, I feel like we've said all along, right? I mean, like I said before, we've been along on this journey. And so we're very aware of the stress involved of carrying this for the last couple of years for our community. And I just want to make sure that we are being as upfront as we can, because I don't want anybody to feel like we're surprising them, or like we're not being transparent, or we're not calling it like it is. And so I guess I'm just asking that we're mindful of that, and that I don't know what else to say to that. I worry about it.
Can I just say, for me, closing schools is not all about money. A lot of it for me is about the best way that we serve kids. And I think when you have a small school that has one grade or 1.5 grades at each level, it doesn't afford the opportunity for the diversity that kids need as they move from grade to grade. And it doesn't afford teachers the opportunity to have that rich collaboration that they have in larger schools. So I think there are two considerations when we look at closing schools. One is we have a huge budget hole to fill. And the other is, how do we best serve the needs of our students, which is why we're here. So, so I think I don't want this to be reduced to all about money.
Yeah, just again, I think probably, I think Phyllis, you said it right, but I don't think that is clearly probably articulated, or it's not perceived as. That's a problem. I think when we are seeing a big statement overall, the highlight of that is getting more into the focus is on closure. I understood what exactly you're saying, the balancing or the equity or those things. If you're emphasizing, we should have been a little bit more clear there, I guess.
And again, I think we need to remember what the task of the CAC is, and that concrete plan. And we go back to that clarified definition of what the concrete plan is. And so to all of your points, there can be some ideas coming forward. And as they apply that to the concrete plan, and is it quantifiable, that's what the CAC's guiding piece is going to be. Based on what they provide to you, then that would be the board's decision where they go with that. But the CAC is really going to focus on a quantifiable. And so if they come up with a suggestion that is a repurposing of a facility, they're also applying the other criteria. Is it quantifiable if they're repurposing a facility? Is it something that's a long-term? Is it something that can be placed in the budget? So they're going to continue to apply that criteria. And so, you know, this is exactly what has happened as they've been doing the brainstorming over the last month. They are coming up with these ideas. Now they're going back and doing that task of applying it to the criteria so that they can present that to you. You'll then have the criteria, the rationale, with the pros and cons of it, that you can make that decision moving forward. But the work of the CAC really is everything that you're talking about, is as far as exploring and having these conversations, and then going back to the criteria. Does it apply? How does it apply?
And I can accept that, you know, like that resonates with me in the sense that it's part of the mix. Like, I can totally accept that it's part of the mix. I worry that we'd be giving false hope if we say that's could potentially somehow be all of the mix, because I think that minimizes the magnitude of the scale of both sides of this, the enrollment side and the budget side, and then sets us up for an even harder conversation on those board levers is still what's weighing on me. But anyway, that's my comments and my reflections. I will. Anybody else?
Okay, so I think, is it time for us to talk back?
Going around the horn, yeah, by all means.
Yeah. So I think one observation what I've seen. Okay, this we talked about the samples, right? So probably samples created a lot of confusion in the community. I think sample should have been absolutely a sample, okay, and that is treated as some of the discussion items. Actually, we should have been very careful when the sample was being published. And if we are going to have more samples coming next time, we should have a rationale behind that. I don't want to see just like, we are proposing to close this, or we are repurposing this, or we are moving Faria to so and so place. So I think this will all become an open-ended statement, and that can create more confusion within the community, and you can have more chaos, and that real trust or transparency issues and everything will start coming in there, even though we are sincerely doing it, or a good intention we have behind that. So let's be clear, if you are going to show some samples to outsider, everybody, anyone can access that, then you should have a rationale behind that. How did it come? So that is a request to CAC, actually. Okay. Then I think probably, and another good thing what we heard is, we are repeatedly hearing is the ballot measure. Probably we should start exploring that. When is the next ballot measure? How can we really, because by knowing all these things, probably this is the right time to push it in for a ballot at the earliest. Okay. And this we heard in different meetings and different mails and things like that. So we should definitely be looking into that option, right? And I think feedback to CAC, I think it has different, I started with that feedback portion of it, and I heard that a lot of comments about it, both sides. But I still think that giving feedback to CAC is very important, whichever way we want. Okay. And whether we are putting an email and putting it in a database and giving to them, or just giving a summary of it. I understand that they are very busy and they will not have time to read all these things, but I think a feedback from the public or from the board probably should be, for example, one of the things like which I started last time was a disruption, right? Because I could see that in the sample scenario, there were a lot of chaos, like a lot of moving part. And I was trying to see that, can we localize in some place instead of having a disruption, for example. I don't know how much it has been considered. So I'm just saying that you would have already taken that and they must have considered that. But I think not only from us, like from board members, and even not only from the public, but even board members were giving actually valuable suggestion, and hopefully those things will get reflected there. I think another thing I want to tell that, I think I want to thank actually Laurie, you have been replying to every mail what is coming in. I think I don't think we missed any. And if at all anybody thinks that we have missed something, please send it to us again. And not only just Laurie, I think most of us read it, and we will make sure that a reply is coming. I just want to clarify.
Excuse me, Satish. I think all of us read it, not most of us. All of us read it.
Thank you. But I just wanted to make sure we are not missing anything.
Right.
I think it's important. I think it's important for the community to know that we as a board have delegated the responsibility for responding to our board president.
Mm-hmm.
So the rest of us don't respond to your emails, even though we read everything. We delegate that responsibility to Lori, and next year it will be delegated to whoever the new board president is. So please don't think we're not reading them. Just understand that you'll probably only hear from Lori.
Yep. Thank you. That's it. I think
I'm pointing, but I shouldn't assume that everybody's tiles are oriented the same way mine are, huh? I guess Zoom doesn't work that way. Thank you, Phyllis, for that. And I do want to give everybody a chance. Anybody else have comments? Phyllis, were you wrapped on your comments? Sorry.
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
I can jump in. So my understanding is we directed the staff a while ago to do some research on the next parcel tax. So I thought that presentation is coming to us pretty soon. So I correct me if I'm wrong, but I know that that's something that we already have been looking at, and we're going to be getting a presentation on that, I think in October.
Yes, either October or November we'll be bringing it forward.
Okay, great. So that's good. So I thought that we had already done that. I think one thing I'm thinking about is our budget is so complicated, right? Because there's so many different parts, and because because of ed codes, and because of the way that we have to have 3 years in place, and we have to show actual evidence, and it's not just about aspirational budgets of, like that if we get this kind of donation, then we can be qualified or whatever. But I also know that because of the way that we have to report the budget to the state, that it comes in at different quarters at like the 45-day mark or the 60-day mark, or I don't even remember, Jeff, what all the other marks are. And so we've been getting these budget updates periodically. And so it's kind of this accumulation, but sometimes because there's so many numbers, it's hard to remember, oh yeah, actually we were having this problem 5 years ago, or this is when we started having this problem, and this is what we've already done to address these problems. I guess my ask of the staff would be, at the next meeting, can we have a timeline that looks back and says, okay, this is what we did, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago. This is like things like, for example, that our staff haven't received a salary increase for 2 years, right? Those kinds of things. I think our community needs to know that we're at a point where we're on such a shoestring budget. And I don't think it's aware, because we get them piecemeal, right? Because we make the decision, then we kind of look at the budget for the next 6 months or 3 months or whatever. But it would be good to see it from that 50,000 foot level and say, these are the things that have already been done to address where we are, and these are the only things left that we have to do. And whatever those are, whether it's school closure or increasing class sizes, or having a principal share 2 sites, or releasing all the librarians, or all these things that we've seen on a list of horrible options, but because we kind of, for us, it's kind of like a rerun, right? But I think it's important for the community to see it, and I think it's good for all of us to see it, a big picture. So I guess that would be my ask.
I would echo and I thank you, Sylvia, because I think that is important, because we've all lived this for the last 4 to 5 years, and we've felt those cuts each year, and we've continued to try to protect from the classroom as much as possible, that sometimes we do forget how intensive we have made changes and what new strategies we have put into place, that some have worked, some haven't worked so well, some are continuing on. So staff would be happy to bring back some of that global 4 to 5 years. Here's where we've been and here's what we've done. And this is why we're where we are now.
Thank you. Yes, thanks.
And I would add to that, we have the beginnings of or actually not beginnings, a pretty substantial version of that, I think, in the budget roadshow. So maybe that's something to consider bringing back too. I don't know, we'll have to think through what staff can think through what the most appropriate way to bring that into this forum is, and into the CAC forum. But okay, Sylvia, were you wrapped on yours? You have more?
Thank you.
Okay. Jerry, did you have anything else?
Yeah, actually, there are a couple of things I wanted to share. There's actually a lot I want to say, but I think a lot of this is about the subject at hand here. But I'll just start with a little story, right? So last night I was about to go to sleep around 10 o'clock. Then email came in, and I thought I'll read this and then I'll go to sleep. And then I read that one, and I think all of you got this. Then another one came in, then another one came in. And then I think the last one came in around 2:15, 2:20, right? And then it touched me in a lot of ways, because I ended up not really being able to sleep. Although I can see from the folks who write that they're going through a lot more than that. And then it started again 9 o'clock all day. So I think I just want to acknowledge people taking the time to write in. I think to what you've heard from everybody here is we really want to hear from the community and how people feel. I think what I'd like to share with you, particularly Stacy, are things I think would help me in making a decision come November 22nd. And so where I'm coming from is, I think it's really about budget, and it's a systematic problem, right? And what that means is you've got a lot of different moving parts. There's not one silver bullet where if you just like dialed it to somewhere, it takes care of it. And so I think there are 2 things I like to ask for. And I think y'all have sort of alluded to it, but I'll just maybe describe it in my way. One is we've talked about, in the charge that closing schools is part of a concrete plan, right? And to address for long-term solvency. So in the past, we've talked about some levers. I went back and looked at my material. Last time I thought we really talked about it was in the April board advance. So I think thereabouts. So I like to see if we could, maybe there was one later, but I like to see an updated version of that. And I like to have a discussion about that because to Lori's point earlier, it is really sort of, if you take so much here, then it's so much there. And I think I like to have that discussion to see where we are. That would really help me a lot. So that's one. So that's really about like where do we get our money, right, between facilities and programs and people and how we balance that. I like to have that. And then the second thing then, because what we're talking about here, if we look at the high end of the charge, the 7 million, it's 20% of the schools, right? And I think if we're going to close 20% of the schools in the district, we owe it to the community to explain what we're using the money for. And so we had a list back in the February board advance it's a list that added up to $29 million, right? And so that was our wish list. And I like to have an updated version of that. Specifically, what I like to have is that list sort of conflated both one-time costs, annual, it's just annual costs will get reimbursed for. If we could separate them. I understand we know a lot more now than we did back in February. That's one. And the second are things like, they're like these giant big pieces, right? So the one that jumped out at me was, I think there was one on work employee compensation. And that was a $9 million piece. So even if we closed 5 elementary, we threw in the middle school in there, that doesn't even get up to that 9 million. So these are the magnitude of the numbers we're talking about. So I like to maybe, I think to the point that Sylvia brought up, that's something we really need to look at, that things go up. We need to make sure that we support our staff, we provide the raises. But I don't know if we can do 9 million, honestly, because that's like 5 elementaries in a middle school right there, right? And so if I could get some breakdown of some of that, I think would benefit all of us, for us to be able to talk about what's the community getting, whatever sacrifices we end up making, what are some of the gains on the other side? Because I feel funny closing, saying we're closing 20% of the facilities and not being able to say, what are we investing in, right? Because it's not all about the structural deficit. That's a big thing for me. I think it is for everybody here, right? But right now the target is set higher than that. And I'd like to understand what it is that we're investing in as a community so that we come out of this better in some ways. So that would be sort of the two things that's outside of the school closure conversation I like to have. It would help me make better decisions if we had that. I know we don't have a lot of time here, but it's a request. One other thing I think, and I think we talked about some of this in our one-on-one, but I'll just kind of share it with the board here, is when the CAC comes back with this recommendation, and the reason I asked about the Lego blocks and the elephant and all that, is that it's probably unlikely we do a thumbs up or down vote on it. We're gonna, each put our different touches on it and all that. And so I think to the extent that the deliverables from the recommendation come in a form that's componentized, or the dependencies, we did this because we're doing this over here, identifying those dependencies so we don't end up messing up some balance that a lot of people put a lot of thought into, right? So I'm not really thinking we're going to get this thing and just up down kind of thing, but we're going to, so the more adjustable, and I don't mean I'm going to go back and do all that, redo all that work, but I think if it was in, I guess I keep coming back to Legos, if they could kind of put some of the major pieces together, maybe we build a giraffe out of an elephant or something. So those are my three asks in terms of the process. But Sylvia and I sit on the CAC oversight committee. We get these updates. I'm very impressed with the progress that's been made. To be honest, I'm very surprised at how well the teams work together. I think you think about what a complex problem it is and do it in five meetings. It's really, really incredible. And hats off certainly to the members that are putting their time into it, but really Stacy and Leslie and the folks that are driving this. Thank you. So anyway, so is that clear, sort of, Stacy, what I'm sort of asking for? Sort of other parts of the concrete plan, where the investments are going to be, and then sort of a request for how the deliverables come back from the CAC. You're on mute.
Staff is already working on this, so we should be able to bring it back on the October 8th and have it ready to go.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Stacy.
Great, thanks. And I think your one-on-one and my one-on-one must have had some similar elements, because I think all the cards on the table and talking about, you know, how those pieces fit together has been something that's been weighing heavily on me as well. So I'm happy to second that as well. I do want to revisit, because we heard more about it in public comments. So I guess one of my asks would be, I honestly don't know between, I guess what I'm reflecting on is, I know you said in the presentation that many of the CAC members have shared with you that they're attending these board meetings and or listening to them afterwards. So they're hearing all the public comment, I have to assume. I'm weighing that against sort of this notion that we're sharing. I've heard both share it in its entirety and then share it in elements with the CAC. I guess part of what's weighing on me is, to Jerry's point, the flood of email that we're getting right now is massive. And while I totally respect that we want to convey all of that to the CAC, I think literally if we ask them to do what we've been doing, they wouldn't, to Jerry's point, get anything done in terms of how much progress they've made. So I don't know what the balance is on that. I think I leave that to maybe the CAC and staff to discuss together and figure out what they think they need from that, because I think that's actually what matters most to me, is that the stakeholder committee that's making these decisions feels like they're getting what they need as a piece of this. So if it's, yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that. I guess that's the most important thing to me, is that the CAC feels like they have all sources of everything they need to help inform their decisions. A little bit sort of, again, revisiting conversations that I've had. One of the things that I've spent a lot of time digging back into and unpacking is sort of my own childhood memories of this district, as well as my teenage memories of this district, as well as my young adult memories of this district. And the ebbs and flows over time. I think we heard a couple of the speakers who either themselves or had spouses who had grown up in the neighborhood, and sort of the way that the district has changed over time. Sometimes history teaches us a lot about where we've been and where we're going. And it is not certainly the only reason to make a decision, but it's just one more additional piece of information. There was a time at which we went through a very similar decline in enrollment, and a lot of tough decisions were made in this district. And I think there's probably some stories from there that might be able to help inform our decision about where were all of our schools located before, and how many were closed in the different quadrants before. So I think that's maybe an element that could come forward. I think another element that could come forward is, you know, what was sort of the right size version of this district the last time we were at similar enrollment numbers to where we are now, and the last time we were at similar enrollment numbers to where all of the demography points that we're going. And so far we've actually been on a worse trajectory even than what our demography has been saying. So, you know, because my recollection is that the last time, you know, in digging through the data, the last time, you know, we were at 14,000 students in this district, we were 22 schools. And so I think it would be important to understand, sort of, not dig in deep on exactly where the students were in which schools and when, but maybe just to understand trends and how we were managing the size of this district over time. Because I think there's probably something to be learned there. So I guess that would be a little bit of a request, as maybe a little bit of a history lesson. And then in a couple different ways, some people brought it up using the word redistricting, but in a couple different ways, sort of the theme again of the transition plan and what to expect on the back end. So the same way that we reviewed the timeline this time, maybe if we could have a little refresher on sort of that next piece of what, again, we'd expect to take place after decisions are made as far as transition plans and what comes next, I think could also be a piece of the conversation. So that's what I would throw out tonight. And I think everyone spoke, but I'm happy to open it back up if anybody else has anything on this, because this is obviously such an important item for us. Stacy, do you have anything else that you need from us?
I don't. I just wanted to kind of do the reminders that, you know, the CAC has been given their task. They are working diligently on that, and I think we really do honor the work that they're doing. As I've said, they're doing amazing work, and I have no doubts. I'm very confident in what they're able to produce on October 22nd that are going to be able to lead and guide your future conversations. I do caution that we all need to continue to stay the course, and there was many comments tonight, and I heard reference to samples of scenarios out there. And I think it's really important to stress, there was one sample scenario that was provided based on a CAC request to the district, and it truly was a sample. There may be other scenarios that have been created, but they are not tied to the CAC. They did not come from the district. So I just really wanted to get that out there as well. That sample was introduced to the CAC to start and generate their conversation. They are not even looking at that sample now. They are working on their own plans based on that criteria. So, you know, I think every time we have those questions and we start to doubt where we are or why we're doing it, if we can really redirect everybody back to the guiding principles, the board criteria, this new CAC criteria, that's really where all of their work is going to align. Then all those decisions are going to come back to you as a board, and we'll have those discussions.
Yeah, so I think I'll just add one. I think thanks, Stacey, for clarifying that. And I think there was enough confusion. So many people that, like, you know, the role of CAC and the board. I think in the various mails, what we are getting is like board is either already been decided or board is giving direction to CAC for doing certain things, and you know, pretty much pre-decided some set of schools, and we are asking them to look into and things like that. I think somewhere you know, that clarification. I know it came up multiple places, but I think that clarity is not there for many people. I don't know which way we can communicate that better. Like, you know, what is true role of board as well as CAC. I know you have a lot of your replies and responses. You made it very clear that CAC is proposing and board will be evaluating it and so on. But I think to reach into a larger community, it would be much more, you know.
Well, and we do have town hall meetings coming up, and so, you know, we'll be blasting that out. I really do encourage the community to attend the town hall meetings where they can ask questions and get that clarification. You know, and I think we just continue to reiterate there are no decisions made. The board has not given any direction as to what particular schools or no particular schools are to be touched with the CAC, and there really is the criteria that they're working towards. And we'll know on October 22nd when they present a plan.
Great. Okay. So with that, and with grateful thanks from our board to our CAC for all of the hard work, we will go ahead and close off 7.2. Thank you so much to all of our community members who have continued to communicate with us during this process, share your input and your feedback, and to show up and stick it out through the long meeting to get to public comment. We do appreciate hearing from you all in this process. It's challenging and hard stuff, and deep breath. Okay, so let's see. So this takes us to discussion action, and we are coming back to another point of contact for us. Stacy just brought up town halls, but now we're moving on to approval of additional board office hour schedule. So I will turn it over to staff for an update on that one.
So this would just be a continuation. We did 2 board office hours, one late August, one early September. They were fairly well attended. We did one in the morning and one in the evening. And based on input from the board, there seemed to be a desire to continue these board office hours. I think it's another venue for community to reach out and have direct contact with 2 board members. And so we did put together a proposed staff that would have one spaced out about every 2 weeks, alternating whether it's a morning or an AM to give families options to that. So really tonight is just whether the board does have that desire and appetite to continue the board office hours.
Okay, any thoughts on this one? Clarifying questions, comments?
I'm good with this.
Me too. I think it's great.
So I'm definitely for it. I was going to give a little feedback in terms of the time. I think some of the feedback, and maybe this is just coming to me, was that the 8:30 was a little difficult for some parents because that's also when they're trying to get their kids or they're, attending to the kids. So I know that we've done some town halls at 4. I was going to ask, could we think about doing a couple different other options besides just the 6 and the 8:30?
I'm open to that. We've been doing the budget roadshow presentations, a lot of them at 9, because that gives parents a chance to get their kids settled in and going. And
attended?
They are. I would say though that in the first 10 to 15 minutes, we watch, the attendance sometimes go up by, a handful of people, maybe a single hand's worth of people. So, I don't know.
I can throw out the recommendation that we shift the 8:30 to start at 9:30. There are only 2 out of the 5 that are that morning ones, and there are some parents who do prefer the morning from the feedback I've received. So maybe we keep the 3 at the 6 p.m. and shift the 2 8:30 ones to 9:30.
I'm good with that.
Fine with me.
Gentlemen, any comments on those?
And there is one coming up fairly quickly next week. So I know Renee has it ready to send out to you guys. If there's 2 of you that would be interested in signing up for that 9/29, she'll get the doc out to you tomorrow morning if you approve.
I am a bit swamped with budget roadshows right now. So if somebody else would be available.
Yeah, Tuesday evening I can make it along with somebody, 6 p.m.
Tuesday at 6, Satish, we've got one and one other maybe.
Go ahead, please, Phyllis.
I'm not sure I can do it. I have to check my calendar.
Yeah, I can't do 6 o'clock. Are we signing up for times now? Is that what we're doing?
No, I just thought for the 9/29 one, if we made sure we covered
Oh,
that one, then
sure.
we could have Renee.
9:29, then
No.
let's 9:29.
I'm happy to do that one. Generally, evening ones are better for me. So
Same here. Cannot do morning.
All right. So,
Yeah, I can do 29. So thank you, Jerry.
Thanks.
Okay. Sylvia, you're okay if I just go ahead and I just make sure Phyllis just said yes. Are you good if I give the guys 9/29 and then we'll do all the rest with Renee?
Yeah, it's fine.
Great. Okay. So then we'll pass around. We'll ask Renee to pass around the spreadsheet for the rest, and
we're changing to 9:30 instead of 8:30. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. And it is a discussion action item, so you can take action on it.
Okay.
I move that we adopt this schedule, changing the 8:30s to 9:30s.
Great. Thank you, Phyllis. And a second?
Second.
Great. Thanks, Sylvia. Okay. Any other commentary on this one? I have a comment. I just want to thank Sylvia for raising this. I think this has been a great thing for us. So thank you for raising this and for getting us going again on board office hours. I think it was a timely addition. Okay, so all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Okay, moving on to 9.2. Sorry, no, my
8.2.
I was looking at the arrow, the dancing arrow. Jeff, you gotta save me here. 8.2, approval of resolution for Prop 15. Okay. It is discussion action. Since this is our second time coming back with this, Do we want to have more discussion before we call for a motion on this one? We can make comments after we get a motion on the floor. Does that sound okay? All right, so I'm going to go ahead and call for a motion on it.
I'll make a motion. Okay.
Okay, thanks, Satish. In a second.
I'll second.
Great, thanks, Jerry. Okay, so now commentary anybody would care to make on this item?
I don't know if you want to hear the fours or the pros or cons first, but I would like to make a comment at some point.
It's all important. This is a representative board of the community, right? Okay.
Okay. My position on this, I'm not muted. My position on this is that I'm opposed to it, but I want to make it clear to the board and to the community and to the staff that I'm not opposed to Proposition 15. What I'm opposed to is the resolution. And I'm actually opposed to our board taking a position on any state resolution, any state initiatives. I think that it's not our position to do that, number one. And number two, I think it just opens the door for us to be asked to take positions on all kinds of things. I feel a little differently about local issues, but I feel pretty strongly about state issues. If we as a board had opted to write a letter to our community explaining what Prop 15 does and doesn't do, I would have been supportive of that, but I'm opposed to a resolution. Thank you.
Fair enough. Okay, anybody else? Okay, hearing none. Go ahead, Sylvia.
So I didn't have anything prepared, but from my point of view, I feel like there's so many different things going out there and so many different messages. And one of the things that our staff has done is they've been able to look at how exactly Prop 15 would benefit our district. And we've seen from the different research that anywhere between 6 million and 11 million with, a pretty safe average of, 8 to 9 million. I will be the first to say that this is not a perfect proposition. There's definitely things that it creates conflict within communities. It pits businesses against schools or against, city services, those kinds of things. But at the same time, especially at a time when we're looking at how much we need revenue and how much our budget situation, how bad our budget situation is, anything that we can do to help get the community behind it, I think would be beneficial.
Okay, anybody else?
I'll just a couple of comments. I certainly appreciate and I can see where Phyllis is coming from in terms of getting dragged into all these things that are not sort of germane to the business of running the district. I think that's why I haven't been really supportive of a lot of these other things people ask us to, because there's some connection to the school. So I certainly understand where and Phyllis is coming from. And I think, and so that might, for us, we might think about maybe at a board events, talk about some board policies on the kind of, I don't know, syllabus or the rubric that we might use to determine when we would do this. I think for me, to echo what Sylvia said, it certainly isn't perfect, and Lori, what you said last time about well, likely this area as a whole having more money flow out than coming in, that bothered me a lot. But at the same time, and I just want to say, I'll just give Lori a plug here. I think that last week, spent a lot of questions on Prop 15, on CAC, on all this. And I see Lori laboriously writing these Wikipedia type articles. Sadly, they're buried 7 levels deep in next door. If you're not already following the thread, you'll never see it. But they're really good. I recommend you go and dig through the 600 threads to do that. But I actually learned a few things there, right? I think, Lori, what you talked about in terms of some of the commercial entities being able to structure their ownership such that it doesn't trigger reassessment when things change hands, when owners, and so that's part of it for me. But part of it for me also is you look at the kind of discussions we're having now and the kind of pain that the community is going through, dealing with the honestly likelihood of school closing. And then thinking about really, and we're talking at the max $7 million. And this is the likely amount for that is likely going to be higher than that if assuming it survives all the court challenges. And for me, as a school board member, where people are asking for my endorsement, not because I'm a nice guy, because I happen to have a seat on the school board, I feel like I have to make my decisions based on what is good for the school board and not, for the school district and not any of this other stuff. So certainly understand where Phyllis is coming from. I resonate a lot with it. But for me, just because where we are right now and some of the things I learned from Lori, and I'm sort of willing to put my thumbprint on this one. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I'll also just add, I think pretty much, I think last time I said, maybe one of the proponents anyway, I think purely from the finance perspective, and I think Sylvia and Jerry already alluded that, I think explained it well, what we have been undergoing that, and it's definitely, getting some money to the district at this point of time is probably the most important. It is very critical for us, and that's why we have been spending hours and hours to get something, right? So I understand that the complication around that and probably a ripple effect of it, and whenever I'm reading various articles, and there could be a ripple effect of it, and how it is going to be impacting, and the relationship between the school and the business, and many things could be coming, and I don't know, like probably from a few months or for years from today, like there could be issues, but I think at present we are in a very bad shape in terms of the money and the structural deficit, all those things. So I think with all those things as a top priority, I would support.
So, no surprise on this one. I will happily say that I am in favor of a resolution on this one. This is one of the few times I think in my experience as a school funding advocate that I was involved from beginning to end in seeing something come to a ballot, including collecting signatures on it several years ago for both the first round and the second round. So, from walking Memorial Park at Cherry Blossom Festival to collecting signatures to seeing this come to the ballot, I think it's been a long journey to get this one in front of the voters. And, I'm happy to support this one. That said, I do want to acknowledge and just reflect, and Phyllis, I'm happy to see it come forward at some point as part of a protocols discussion about, sort of having a good conversation again on what is sort of our purpose as far as advocacy is considered. And I think this is one of the great things about our democracy is Phyllis and I are a checks and balance on this board, right? I'd be resolution happy, and Phyllis is our one who's like, whoa, Nellie, right? And I think that's very representative of our community and what our community asks of us, right? We get people who ask us to take a stronger position and be out there and be visible, and we get people who say that's really not your place. That's really, kind of stay out of my politics. And I think that really is truly representative of our community. And I just want to acknowledge that to have a true representative democracy, I think is a super important thing, as is civil discourse. And I just want to acknowledge us for being able to have a lot of civil discourse around even something political on this board. If only our entire democracy right now was able to be as civil as all of us are, even when we disagree on big important things. So anyway, I know that's just a little bit off topic. Thank you again for indulging me on that, but I just want to acknowledge that. So with that, unless anybody else has anything to say, we do have a motion and a second on this. Yes.
Let me just jump in real quick, because I do like Phyllis's idea of putting out a letter to the community. So I know that that's not part of this particular motion, but I would like to see something like that if we can. I don't know what I don't know that we even have a protocol for this kind of thing.
So it would probably, would it be something that like I and Stacy would put out on our behalf, or would it be just me on our behalf, or we could put it out?
So what is it? What are you asking to people actually? So is it like, are they supporting this, or what should be the board doing, or what kind of letter, whoever is sending it? So, and how long you wait for that, for making a vote and motion or a decision?
I can tell you what we did a few years back when there was some legislation before the state around immigration, and the board opted not to take a position on immigration, but we did write a letter to the community explaining to them what our policies and procedures were and what was in our board policies about immigration. So I think if we were going to do a letter, we would explain, it would just be a simple explanation of what Proposition 15 is. And I think a couple of you probably have some really good, I don't think it needs to be a multi-page document, but I think that an explanation would be a good thing.
It probably just starts out with some of what's in our content right here, right? It's the background summary that staff wrote for us, and maybe pulling some supporting language from the documentation that's attached, and maybe just attaching the documentation. Is that?
I would throw out recommending, we did have the analysis done that was done as a neutral analysis, and really using the information in there to share the facts with the community.
Okay.
So are we taking feedback, or what is that? What's the idea? Is it like letting community know, or are you going to send us kind of this for the information, or is it like what you're asking them something?
I think the letter is information, because if the resolution that's on the table now passes, that's the indication to the community of board support for it. So I think the letter would just be explanation. I don't know.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Would Phyllis, how would you feel about if, in addition to the study, the signed resolution is attached? Does that make you uncomfortable?
Yeah.
That makes you uncomfortable if the signed resolution is attached. Okay.
Right. I think they're two separate things.
Okay.
I think the resolution that says that the board supports it, and then I think there's an explanation of what the resolution, or of what the proposition is. I think it's two separate things.
Okay. How do others feel about that?
Sure.
So you're not waiting for anything for
No,
the resolution?
if we pass the resolution, I think that just gets posted as part of our minutes. I believe at that point, Stacy and Jeff, you would have to tell me for sure, but if this resolution passes, do we get added to the list of endorsing districts for the campaign? So that would be the action. To Phyllis's point, if we pass the resolution, that would be the action on the resolution side, is that we would become endorsers of the campaign. And then on the other side, on the community information side, it would be, I could work with staff on a letter, and then maybe we could put it in the Friday memo and give anybody a chance to comment on it. Maybe it would be a week from now, so I can catch up. And then we could put it in the Friday memo, anybody could comment on it, and then we could put it out from the board.
You don't want to wait too long, because the ballots drop, on October 3rd, and if people are voting early, I think you want them to have that explanation before they vote.
Well, I better get to work then, huh?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm just one person talking, so.
When we get to board activity, I have MIG tomorrow and Saturday, so I could maybe get to it Saturday night.
But I think all you have to do is schmooze that.
Okay.
It's already written. I mean, I don't think it's.
Okay, but I do want to give you guys a chance to check off on it before we, ask staff to send it out on our behalf. How's that?
That sounds good to me. You can draft it with staff and then just send it to the rest of us for a quick review.
Great. Everybody comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I will call for the vote on the motion that's on the table to approve the resolution for Proposition 15. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Thank you. Any
no with an explanation.
Yes, no with go. You want further? Go, please.
So I just want to reiterate, I'm not opposed to the proposition. I'm opposed to the resolution. And I want to thank the board for allowing me to be the rogue. And it's really wonderful to work with a group of people where you can say what you believe and not be thrown under the bus for it. So thank you.
Okay, so 4 ayes, 1 nay, no abstentions. Motion carries 4-1-0. Okay, so now moving on to 9.1, approval of resolution 20-21-5, authorizing the conveyance of a public utility easement to Pacific Gas and Electric Company. Can I get a motion and a second, please?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you, Phyllis. Staff, anything that needs to happen here other than the vote?
Vote.
All right, are we ready? All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to 9.2, approval of the learning continuity and attendance plan, which I can't call the LCAP anymore. So let's go ahead and get a motion and a second.
I move to approve 9.2, approval of the learning continuity and attendance plan.
Thank you, Sylvia. And a second?
I
I'll second. Oh, okay.
Okay, I can't, you were literally at the same time, so I'm going to go ahead and say Phyllis, seconds. And then all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to 9.3, approval of sufficiency of instructional materials for the 2020-2021 school year. We had the public hearing last time, so motion and a second for this approval.
So moved.
Thanks, Jerry. And a second?
Second.
Great. Thanks, Sylvia. Okay. Any comment needed? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to 10.1, board and superintendent activity and committee reports. Who wants to kick us off?
I don't have any.
The budget road shows are going swimmingly. Lori and Jeff are doing a great job. Dan Hallaby has joined us and he's speaking as a community member and volunteer. And I think we're getting the word out there and it's going really well. So.
I wanted to mention that Satish and I actually had a 2x2 with the city of Cupertino last week. Yeah, it was like the first time in almost a year. We kept putting it off because of the listening sessions and then COVID, and so we finally got to do that. Scheduled it for an hour, ran over. We'll probably do another one in 6 weeks. So it's a lot of good exchange of information. The phase 2 bike lanes. If you're in Cupertino, drive down McClellan, you see them kind of putting that in. We talked about the let's see what community. Oh, there. Just various projects. So it was kind of jarring, I guess. They talked about a 20% drop in their sales tax revenue and 25% drop in some of the hotel occupancy. So that was kind of big. Council member Chow, I don't know if she was serious or not, asked if we wanted to sell the Finch property because we needed money and maybe we could buy it back later. Stacy, I'll let staff figure out if that was a serious offer or there was something there, but I'm sure you and Deb will figure that out. And but what's interesting is I think both the council members that were there, John Willie and Yang Chao, talked about their willingness to help us out with our situation. I think if you look at the, I don't know, if you pay attention to the Cupertino Council, the candidates, they all have expressed tremendous support for the schools. And so I wonder if there's anything we want to go ask for since they're asking if how they can help. So I'll just throw that out there. Yeah, so yeah, okay. So that's the report. I don't know if there's anything Oh, Satish, that caught your
No,
mind.
I think that, yeah, I missed that. I think thanks, Jerry, for bringing me
Yeah.
here. It was an interesting meeting, actually. In fact, we had public comments also there. So, and pretty much, I think it was more than the city. It was more about the school districts. All the public comments was more addressing toward the school and school closure and the budget. So,
Yes.
it's a pretty good meeting. It was.
We got a lot of advice on how to navigate
Yeah, we got
throughout
it.
the crisis here. So
A lot of advice. Okay.
yes. I think Renee's got the notes, so yeah, you can look that up. We could talk later, but yeah.
All right, maybe I will. I think I was in a budget roadshow that night, so I don't think I could make it over there. All right, anybody else?
Speaking of city meetings, I joined in with the San Jose City District 1 neighborhood meeting. So the good news is actually they're putting in 2 crosswalks right by Dilworth. On Johnson Avenue and Tompkins Avenue, there's this very wide street, and there's a lot of traffic there because the high school is there as well. And so that's going to start, that project will start this fall and they'll be completed early 2021.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? So I can update, so from Budget Advisory, we actually had an interesting meeting. We heard some information from a potential, if you're gonna have to help me with the right word, like how do we describe that? A potential solution by which we could potentially, now I'm using potential too many times, I'm tired, sorry guys, a way that we could perhaps address some facilities upgrades, efficiencies, while we have this period of time where we don't have a bond. How would you capture that more succinctly, Jeff? Sorry.
Just it's a procurement method for us to take a look at addressing HVAC, solar, and lighting. When we don't have a bond, obviously put on the ballot here in November, and a way for us to continue down the road of improving our infrastructure across our district. So they offered ideas and thoughts about how to best do that. If it is something we want to go down, it would be something we bring back to the board for an RFQ type of thing, where we take a look at how we want to go through a procurement method of that.
So I think the Budget Advisory, we had a pretty robust Q&A with them, and I think essentially the feeling was there was some potential worth exploring there. So I would expect that you guys will see an item come back around that. Let's see, and then Jerry, did you have anything else for back?
No, I think you've captured that. Thanks. Yeah.
And thank you, Jeff, for the language. That procurement word was was gone from my brain at this point. And then let's see, Santa Clara County School Boards Association. We did hear the pro-cons presentation for state propositions 15, 16, and 18 from the League of Women Voters for the Mountain View Los Altos League. So they're gentleman who does their pro-cons, their balanced presentations, came and did a presentation to the Santa Clara County School Boards Association for 15, 16, and 18. And yet to be determined, so CSBA's General Assembly decided not to take a position on 15, largely having to do with the fact that CSBA is planning to go out with their own funding measure, full and fair funding in 22 most likely. And then 16 and 18, they have not taken a position on yet, but I believe that the regional reps are all meeting this weekend to decide if they should take a position. The County School Boards Association had a fairly neutral response to both, meaning that our recommendation was not for or against, just to remain neutral on 16 for sure, and then 18 was a little more favorable. There were, because I think we have so many high school districts in the county, there were a number of the high school districts that indicated that it was an item that their community was more interested in supporting. And then the monthly annual meeting last night, I mentioned earlier tonight, CHAC, the Children's Health Advisory Council, which I guess services mental health for several of the local districts, as well through kind of a partnership and training program similar to the JFK program that used to be here in CUSD. And then also just serves as a community health council. Did a presentation on mental health and some of the statistics, that we are learning about children. As we're all going through COVID. Actually, a lot of the work that's being done is, and a lot of the data reminded me a lot of the presentation for those of us that were able to go with Stephen. Thank you, to hear about oh, Sylvia, what is the name of the software that we Panorama, yeah, about our Panorama system in terms of the data collection around social and emotional well-being and mental health. So that was an interesting presentation. And then I know Satish, you had MIG this morning, right?
Wow.
You have Masters in Governance this weekend. Did you have?
Yeah. Actually, my whole day is like, yeah, I was, and tomorrow too.
Yeah. You have MIG today and tomorrow, and I have MIG tomorrow and Saturday. So I think at this, are you finished after this? Is this your fifth one?
No. Yeah, this will be today and tomorrow, and I think they're first time they're trying out with us distance or a Zoom meeting. So it was a small group, only about 16 people. I was so used to 200 plus people together. So this is kind of pretty much the small, but they did an amazing job in making smaller groups of 2-3 kind of thing. And there were the breakout sessions, and it was very active. Actually, I thought I could work my office work also in parallel, but it never happened. So I had to be fully attentive on that. And it was pretty good. And 16 people or so. And
okay. And then are you done with all 5 of your classes after tomorrow?
Yeah, after tomorrow, I'm graduating. Yeah.
Okay, so you'll join Sylvia and Phyllis, and then I won't join till Saturday. Yeah, so that'll be
right.
my fifth. I know.
Graduation ceremony too. Yeah, there's a graduation ceremony too. So tomorrow I'm taking half day off just for this. So it's been going just for this. Like today the whole day is for the board, and tomorrow again the training. So it's going crazy.
Well, so I know COVID threw a wrench into everybody's schedule for getting through Masters in Governance. So Phyllis and Sylvia, I think you were lucky to get them all in before COVID hit. So the rest of us are still busy at work on our Masters in Governance program. So that's professional development for us as a board.
You are doing tomorrow and after?
So my 2-day for MIG 5 is tomorrow and Saturday. So I have the Friday, Saturday cohort. They probably broke it into smaller groups. So I think you're in one cohort and in another cohort, which is interesting that they didn't put us in the same cohort, but whatever. Maybe they wanted to divide it up to get better representation.
I think that's how they did it. And we had people from Redwood City and other nearby though. So
okay. Well, good. So I have to do my homework still on that tonight. So anything else for board and superintendent activity? Stacy, do you have anything for us?
Nothing more.
Actually, I should say, so I did on our behalf reach out again to all 6 of our legislators to let them know, to give them an update again. So we had spoken with them. We sent the letter in the spring to let them know what was going on. And so I touched base again with them a couple weeks ago and followed up to let them know where we were in our process now. And a couple have reached out and asked if Stacy and I will come and give them an update. So we're going to be doing that with a few of our state legislators. So that's the other update I have for you on that. So now I think I'm done.
I just want to say congratulations to Stacy.
Great. Okay. So anything else for this evening?
No.
Okay. So then agenda setting 11.1.
I guess it's more of a question. I know it a couple of months back, Jeff had put together a really good document about potential funding sources. And one of them that was on there was some sort of a joint sort of a sales tax sharing or something with the city. And I know that was put on hold. Are we in any sort of condition to sort of pursue that, or is that still not a viable option right now? I'm kind of curious. I'm looking under the couch for coins at this point. So,
I don't know if Jeff is still on, but we can certainly.
I am. Do you want me
I
to?
just saw him. Yes.
Sorry, I didn't know if you want me to comment on that or not. I apologize, Jerry. We actually did speak to Deb Fang last year, and we were told based on their fiscal situation, based on their desire to go out for a tax because of the hardship that they were expecting as a city, that we could not partner with them, or we could not look at and pursuing that with them at this time.
I see. So they are going out for a tax?
They thought they were going to. I don't know where they currently stand. I haven't spoken to Ms. Fang, or obviously I don't know if it came up in the 2x2, but during our conversation back then, it seemed as though we should stop pursuing it with the city at that point in time.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks, Jeff.
Okay.
Under agenda setting, Lori, I know that Jeff is going to come back to us with some information about square footage parcel tax. And I don't know if that's at the time when we want to discuss the difference between the two kinds of parcel taxes, or if we want to wait, but parcel discussion of what we're going to do in terms of this spring needs to be on the agenda pretty soon, I think.
And I think, Jeff, remind me, were we looking at the advance for no, it's sooner than that. It's the second meeting in October.
We were looking at the advance for the discussion. I will have an analysis done from square footage. Will be probably the first or second week of October. I should have that back in hand. And then we were planning on bringing it to you at the board advance.
Okay, so we'll see that study, and then Phyllis is asking if we'll also be able to review, in addition to the square footage, what the other alternative, a non-square footage, sort of just an outline of what that is.
Yeah. So in the spirit of agenda setting, it will actually cover three parts to it. One part will be on what a renewal would look like of that 8.67. A second part would be on an increase of a standard parcel tax rate, and the third would be taking a look at the analysis of a square footage parcel tax.
Perfect.
Okay.
That's great. Thank you.
And does that square footage parcel tax get at the different types of square footage?
We're trying to. So we're looking at what Berkeley tax that was referenced as one of them that we obviously had an opportunity to speak with them a little bit about theirs. We're looking at different ones. I don't know if we were going to get to the full level of that night, but we can try to.
Okay. All right. So, and we can always ask for more information to come back to. So it sounds like, Phyllis, that meets your scope of what you were probing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
May I ask a clarifying question on that? Is there something in particular that you would like me to take a look at now as we go through the agenda setting for that?
My interest is just that we as a board begin the discussion, and I think what you just described is perfect for us to begin to discuss. Because if we're going to put a ballot on the measure on the ballot as early as March, we have to vote on that in December. So I think what you bring to us will stimulate the kinds of discussions we need to have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just want to make sure, I know we had talked, last time or at some point about, the different types of square footage measures, that looking at the square footage of the parcel versus square footage of the building, and, the different models. And then the one other thing I was hoping you might be able to get some information about, I did learn that I wasn't aware that anyone in our county had actually gone out for a square footage model, but I learned from Mountain View Weissman that they did sometime around 2004. So if we could get a little bit more information about what type they went out for, if there's anything to be learned from that, just lessons learned looking at our history again. So I'd love to know a little bit more about that.
So Jeff would be providing basically an information about this, or some kind of a feedback, or what is that you would be sharing with us?
So
part of it
for
is
the
Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff. I know that there's been the request for the information about the square foot tax, and so that's what he's working on. But we can certainly, as we're looking at timelines, I know that there was an interest to bring back to the board about the discussion for what's going to happen in the spring, whether we do go out and present or go for a parcel tax. So I think if we can bring it all back together at the same time, it's providing all that information as well as then making some decisions as we move forward.
Okay.
All right. Anything else for agenda setting? Okay. And we don't have closed session tonight, so we actually get to adjourn now, right?
Right.
Okay. I've not seen any objections to that. So I will go ahead and say that we are adjourned for the evening. Thank you to everybody who was able to join us tonight and stuck it out with us. And again, you can always reach the board at cusdk8.org. Thanks so much.